Chapter 377. Hiss, the black dragon flew over the Titan's head calmly, just like how it usually flew over the mountains and rivers on the earth. The Titan's fortress, which could withstand the attacks of all the fleets in the world, had become a rock. At this moment, facing the Megalosaurus, it was no different from a rock. The broken sword in the Titan's hand threatened countless merchants, tourists, and pirates entering Bravos. But despite the Megalosaurus's attitude, the broken sword could not be swung down at the enemy. The calmness of the Megalosaurus only brought endless humiliation and despair to the thousands of guards in the fortress below. The world's #1 sea checkpoint, the Titan, had fallen. This is... Kuhulu watched in a daze as the Megalosaurus flew over the Titan, and then flew over his head, like a normal person flying over ants. It flew over the fleet with the horns sounding everywhere, and headed straight for the inner city of Bravos. Hee, this is ridiculous. He suddenly laughed. The Bravos fleet that had shocked him, made him respect, and made him panic, could only make him laugh. So what if they reacted quickly? So what if they were ready to go? So what if they were filled with arrows? So what if they were numerous? In the face of attacks from humans, the Titan's fortress and the invincible fleet of Bravos were insurmountable and undefeatable. But only one dragon, as if taking a stroll in the park, crossed these obstacles and entered the heart of the city. The demon dragon is attacking. Look, that's the Megalosaurus. The Dragon Queen is attacking Bravos. Panic suddenly descended on the water city like a tsunami, and swept through the entire city like an unstoppable tsunami. From the arsenal to the checkered dock where the customs registered, and then to the old clothes vendor's dock where foreign merchant ships stopped. Merchants, citizens, workers, vendors, and fishermen, they all rushed and shouted. Some people waved at the black dragon in the sunset, some hid in fear, some followed others in confusion, some looked serious, and ordered to leave the port immediately. The Megalosaurus entered the inner city, flew over the streets, and came to the square above, looking down at the sweet water canal below. It flew from the civilian district to the noble district. It seemed like it was sightseeing, ignoring the panicking crowd below, and only focused on observing the city on the water. North of Water City, Sea King's Palace. In a tower near the sea, an old man with a sickly look came to the window with the help of a maid. Looking at the black dragon leisurely hovering and gliding above the islands of the gods, a hint of anger flashed in the Sea King's dull old eyes. He panted and cursed, "How dare she? What does she think Bravos is? An amusement park? A tourist attraction? Cough, I should have killed this female dragon back then. Lord Sea King, please calm down." Chief Swordsman Kue Luo took a step forward and arrived beside the old Sea King like a shadow. He looked at the black dragon with a cold expression and said, "Who would have thought that an infant from 16 years ago would become the Dragon Queen of today? She insulted me, insulted Bravos, I want her dead." The old man's face was ferocious. Blue veins popped out on his bony hand that was holding the maid's right wrist. He tightened his grip as if he was trying to break someone's thin neck. The round-faced blonde maid was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes, but she did not dare to make a sound. Swordsman Kue Luo shook his head and said, "We have sworn an oath to the White Knight, Jero Dane, that we will accept the Dragon Queen's visit and treat her as a guest. Similarly, the Dragon Queen has also sworn an oath to accept the host's hospitality as a guest. I know, a guest's right is sacred and inviolable." The old man smiled bitterly and sighed. "I want to learn from Wade Fry from the neighboring continent, but I don't dare and I can't. I'm only the Sea King, and the Sea King isn't the master of Bravos." Hiss, the black dragon slowly flew towards the west, towards the Sea King's palace. "They're here," Chief Swordsman said. Yes, the Dragon Queen had come to Bravos. At least the officials and people of Slavers Bay, the nobles and top merchants of Bravos all thought that the Dragon Queen would visit Bravos today. On the second day of the Dragon Queen's return to Astapor, the Green Saintess took a ship to Myrene to arrest the Count of Shattered Shackles. Count Leon Shattered Shackles was formally charged, and the Dragon Queen informed Myrrine, Kaiyuan, and Astapor of the matter. She also announced the formation of a final jury of 15 people, and after Leon was escorted back to Astapor, they would hold a public trial. The case would be tried strictly according to the code. The Dragon Queen was the chief judge, and 5 nobles, 5 representatives of the new freedmen, and 5 representatives of the Gith people would put an end to the case of the Harpy's son, at the same time as the trial of Leon. Calculating the time to travel to and from Myrrine, it would take at least half a month before the official trial began. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had time to negotiate with the people of Braavos. Well, the Dragon Queen did not idle after returning to Slavers Bay for a few days. The next day, she led the cattle, picked up the hoes, and led tens of thousands of farmers to cultivate crops outside the city. In fact, the Dragon Queen's great leap in agricultural production plan had never stopped. In the more than a month since she left Slavers Bay, Astapor had the White Knight Yora, who represented the Queen every now and then to participate in agricultural production. Myrrine had the Blood Alliance Guard Argo, and Kaiyuan had the Fat Eunuch Bevos. They were all qualified to exercise authority and perform duties on behalf of the Dragon Queen. However, after Blackie flew back to Astapor from the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen decided to go to Braavos. Because the Dark Star, Gerald, completed the task she gave him, crossed the narrow sea, rushed to Braavos, and met the Sea King in the Sea King's palace. As the representative of the Dragon Queen, Gerald was received by the Sea King of Braavos and a group of nobles, and bravely questioned the Sea King on the throne in the palace. Why did he agree to arrange for the Faceless One to assassinate the Dragon Queen, who was his old friend? Well, he was lucky that the Sea King, Frago Antalion, did not get angry and let the chief swordsman cut off his head. But the Sea King did not admit the relationship between the Faceless One and Braavos. Naturally, there was no involvement in the murder of the Queen. In this way, the talks between the two sides reached a stalemate. The Dark Star planned to leave Braavos with such an answer. The Queen had told him that if the people of Braavos were not sincere, he should go to Pentos. As for the plan of food futures to save the world, Danny had the intention, but the Sea King did not even admit the matter of the Faceless One, so how could the two sides trust each other? In the end, the key keeper of the Iron Treasury, Bersalo Ryan, stood up and proposed, the Sea King and the Dragon Queen should each make a sacred oath to meet and talk in person, and both sides would not harm each other. The Dragon Queen only needed her or her White Knight to make an oath. The Braavos side needed the Sea King, the key keeper, and the chief swordsman to make an oath at the same time. It seemed that Braavos was very sincere, and completely sincere in wanting to get along with the Dragon Queen in harmony. Then, the Dragon Queen seemed to have forgotten the lesson of the City of Learning last time, and did not hesitate to agree to this matter. So, there was this evening when the Black Dragon flew over the Titan, and the Dragon Queen came to Braavos. Well, the two sides agreed on a time and place for the negotiation, so the munitions factory fleet could react so quickly because they were prepared in advance. They were ready to let the Dragon Queen see the majestic military power of Braavos, and it was a show of strength. In the end, he was easily taken down. However, beyond the expectations of the Sea King and the key keepers, the Dragon Queen did not land at the stargazing tower of the Sea King's palace after touring around the islands of the gods. Instead, she went to the neighboring flooded town and landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond. The hundreds of islands of Braavos were distributed near a main river, or the so-called islands were originally swamps near the estuary of the river. The river came from the southern continent of Ursos, and the island of the Sea King's palace was north of the river, facing the open sea, so a huge harbor could be built, Purple Harbor. But at the estuary of the river, there were many islands and reefs nearby, and there was no place for ships to dock, so a dock could not be built. There was no doubt that an island with a dock was more prosperous. However, because the flooded town was right at the estuary of the river, although it was not as prosperous as the Purple Harbor and the old clothes merchant's dock, it was still crowded with people because of the river boats. In short, the flooded town had people and inns, and it was a place for middle-class residents and inns. At this time, the Dragon Queen arrived at the flooded town, and the Black Dragon landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond amidst the exclamations of the citizens and tourists. Well, because the 4-story Green Eel Inn had an open roof terrace, the Dark Star bought this inn 3 days ago. That's right, they bought it. The Megalosaurus is here. The Megalosaurus went to the Green Eel Inn. Dragon Queen, I saw the Dragon Queen. Quick, go to the Green Eel Inn, I want to stay in the same inn as the Dragon Queen. Seeing that the Megalosaurus did not burn the city, the citizens regained their composure and no longer ran in a panic to hide. Instead, they surrounded the Green Eel Inn. Why is the inn door closed? When they arrived at the Green Eel Inn, they were surprised to find that the inn did not seem to be open for business. The fat boss of the black ship worker inn next door suddenly said, I remember now, the inn was bought by an outsider. He calls himself a Dornish and plans to settle down in Bravos. He even hired a team of craftsmen at the dock. I heard that he wants to renovate the inn in the Dornish style. Creak, as the crowd was talking, the inn door opened on both sides, and a dozen assassins in gorgeous silk robes walked out. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their cheeks were flushed red, as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky and landed on their heads. They were dizzy, and their steps were light as a feather. Even the water dancers' steps were messed up. The assassins dressed like peacocks separated the crowd and made way for the people behind them. Then, they saw a hook-nosed knight in a white robe, escorting a tall silver-haired lady out. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. The lady had exquisite facial features, fair skin, and a pretty face. The lady exuded a dignified aura, and there were 3 dragons on the lady's leather armor. Targaryen, it's really the Dragon Queen. A Westeros merchant moaned. Ah, she's Dany Liz Targaryen, the Queen of Slave Bay. Dragon Queen, this is the Dragon Queen. Gods, I've seen the Dragon Queen. Everyone's mouths were like little motors that had been switched on, and started buzzing. Silence. The hook-nosed knight beside the Dragon Queen had a loud voice, and instantly shut down the hundreds of little motors at the door. At this moment, the Dragon Queen cleared her throat and began to speak. As you guessed, I'm Dany Liz Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the Queen of Slave Bay. This time, I came to Bravos under the joint invitation of the Sea King, the Iron Treasury Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman to negotiate a solution to the assassination of me by the Faceless One. Chapter 378. The Faceless One of Bravos tried to assassinate me, so I came here this time. I will discuss this matter with the Sea King. Boom! The Dragon Queen threw a nuclear bomb into the crowd. No, the word Faceless One was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Hundreds of small eyes that were blinking fervently were extinguished all of a sudden, like stars covered by dark clouds. In unison, whether it was the citizens of Bravos or the foreign merchants and tourists, they all took a step back, then another step back, and another step back. The doorway suddenly became open and quiet. Fear was clearly written on their wide-open eyes, pale cheeks, and mouths that were chattering up and down but could not utter a complete word. Such a uniform reaction of fear made the Dragon Queen stunned. The Faceless One was actually so terrifying. Of course. If Dany knew the details of Arya's experience in Bravos, she would not be so puzzled at this moment. When Arya found the ship to Bravos in Saltpan town, the captain refused to let her board the ship even if she was willing to work as a laborer and pay the rest of the fare. Then Arya took out the iron coin that Jia Kuan gave her and said, all mortals have to die. From the sailor to the captain, from the gangplank to the deck, to the cabin, it was like pressing the pause button. Silence, and their movements were stiff. After that, Arya was treated as a guest of honor. But no one dared to talk to her. On the way from Saltpan town to Bravos, everyone was in awe and alienation with her. In the end, the captain even personally rowed her from the dock to the Black and White House on the Isle of Gods. And the captain had nothing to do with the Black and White House. He was just an ordinary Bravos sea merchant. Just like what Jia Kun said before he left area, he threw the iron coin in a very pretentious way. Take it, find any Bravos person, and say, all mortals have to die, he will take you to that place. He was not pretentious, the faceless one was really awesome. At this moment, the Dragon Queen also experienced it. Cough cough, yes, Faceless tried to assassinate me, but she disguised herself as my maid. Unfortunately, my Wang Kai found out. Oh, you don't know who Wang Kai is? Sigh, it's just a mutt, a yellow-skinned puppy from Astapor. Dragon Queen said as she waved her hand carelessly. Crack, crack. The sound of jaws dislocating could be heard from the crowd. In short, I escaped the assassination of Faceless One without any danger. But I don't understand. Bravos has always been preaching against slavery, because the ancestors who built this city were all slaves. But why were the descendants of the slaves hired by the slave owners to assassinate a liberator of the slaves? Could it be for the gold royals? Then, I came. I sent the White Knight, Sir Gero, to Bravos to ask the Sea King about this matter. Speaking of which, I'm acquainted with His Majesty the Sea King, Frego Antalion. I grew up in Bravos before I was 5 years old, but unfortunately. Originally, I didn't dare to come here, because before this, in the old town of Westeros, in the City of Knowledge, a sensational and cursed thing happened. When the scholar invited me as a guest, he violated the guest's rights and poisoned me to assassinate me, arranged for a knife and axe man to kill me, and hundreds of crossbowmen to kill me. Sigh, the degeneration of humanity, the distortion of morality, the wrath of the gods. Boom! One atomic bomb after another blew up the melon-eating crowd, causing a collective climax, and the climax continued. The melon was too big, it was too big. The nearby citizens and tourists were frightened and excited. The Dragon Queen's melon was more frightening than the dragon flame, but it also stimulated their faces to turn red. They were afraid and wanted to hear it, but they couldn't stop. It was too difficult for them. They unknowingly took another step forward, and another step forward, and another step forward. They were closer to the threshold than before they heard the words, Faceless One. Not only were they closer, but more and more people were gathering around. Assassins, tourists, mercenaries, citizens, shop assistants, dock workers, vendors. The news of Dragon Queen's arrival at the Green Eel Inn spread like the wind in all directions. People who were idle and busy stepped on the last ray of light of dusk and rushed to the moon pond. After explaining how the City of Knowledge violated the guests' rights, the Dragon Queen looked up at the sky. It was a cobalt blue, and there wasn't much time left. The Sea King and his people should be here soon. In view of this, the Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman made a joint oath that we would never hurt each other during the negotiation period, nor would we violate the guests' rights. Now, I'm here, for world peace, for the happiness of the world's people, for the thousands of slaves who are worse than death. I need to talk to the Sea King. The matter of Faceless One, you must give me an explanation. It must be solved, or else. The Dragon Queen, who was originally amiable and soft-spoken, suddenly turned stern and said in a cold voice, I will burn Bravos, let the Sea King's palace and the school of black and white turn into scorched earth, and let this water city boil. The worst result is here, don't say I didn't warn you. Wow! Everyone was shocked, angry, and frightened, and their faces were green and white. While they were at a loss, the Dragon Queen took a step back, and the door of the inn slowly closed. Is it useful to say that? Hearing the uproar outside, Dark Star's stern face flashed a trace of disapproval. If the City of Knowledge cared about the contempt and blame of foreigners, it wouldn't have repeatedly arranged for scholar spies to steal the technology of smelting steel and firing high-grade lenses from Reese and Coer. The Sea King and the nobles of Bravos, if they really wanted to do something, they wouldn't stop because of public opinion. The nobles only believe in swords, and the swords in their hands make them confident and powerful, while the swords in the hands of the enemy make them afraid and obedient. Danny walked to the stairs, and said with a faint smile, if the public's words were really useless, the story of the rat chef wouldn't have been passed down through the ages. Or is it that they have no sense of shame at all, and don't care about becoming the rat chef in the legend? Even if they can be shameless and proud, at least I can take the righteousness and the title, and stand on the moral high ground to judge the enemy. Righteousness and whatnot are not as practical as a dragon flame. Gerald sighed, stopped, and said to the dozen or so assassins behind him, you all wait here and prepare to welcome His Majesty the Sea King. Yes, Sir Gerald. The assassins respectfully answered. Dark Star accompanied the Dragon Queen to the third floor, where a spacious hall was. The former dining room was empty, and the walls and roof were covered with new yellow satin. The fireplace was lit, and 40 to 50 candles were lit on the chandelier. The room was warm and comfortable. Danny was by the window, gazing at the scenery of the moon pond. Drowned Town was named appropriately. There used to be a city in the mud at the mouth of the river. Hundreds of years had passed, and the environment had changed. The buildings there had been submerged under the green water, and only the domes and spires of the ancient buildings were occasionally exposed. Since the ancient town had sunk to the bottom of the river, its original dock for river boats had become deeper, and more ships could be docked there. Therefore, the people of Bravos built a dock out of wood and stone, and surrounded it with a pond for ships to dock there. The locals called it the Moon Pond. The entrance of the Green Eel Inn was facing the Moon Pond. Winter was coming, and the weather was getting colder. Otherwise, the children would have jumped into the water long ago, playing in the moon pond and swimming in the deeper water. Some mischievous children would even dive into the buildings at the bottom of the river, and then climb out through the domes that were exposed above the water. After waiting for about an hour, a fleet sailed over from the distant sea, escorting a strange cruise ship that was covered with exaggerated smiling faces from the bow to the stern. The ship slowly entered the river. It's the Sea King's fleet. He's on the smiling cruise. The Dark Star's eyes flashed, and his voice was flat. Danny turned to look at the cruise ship and asked, is everything ready? The White Knight in reserve raised his strong chin toward the wall by the river and said in a low voice, everything is ready. Arya had also seen the dragon. Oh, no. She was no longer Arya Stark. The person who saw the dragon flying over her head was the cat by the canal. The instructor of the Faceless, the kind man, had told Arya on the first day she entered the school of Black and White that the Faceless would give up their previous memories, feelings, identities, and assets. Even the sewing needle that John had given her, which represented Arya's identity, had to be thrown into the river. She couldn't bear to part with it, so she hid it. But while she could hide the needle, she couldn't hide her name, surname, personality, habits, and feelings. The kind man wouldn't allow her to hide them. Every day since she came here, she had to play a game of mutual lying with the street children. She had to fabricate her name, background, today's experience, personality, and feelings so that the other party would judge whether it was true or not. Gradually, the lie slipped out of her mouth seamlessly because she had learned a skill to make herself believe that, this is the truth, at the last minute. Telling a lie that even she believed was only the first step. Arya was then given various identities and adapted to various lives. The little girl who sold oysters, the beggar girl in the Purple Harbor, the thief near the Palace of Truth, the waiter in the hotel, the street cleaner. Now, she was the maid of Brusco, the fishmonger at the Drowning Town dock, the cat by the canal. Now, she was a nameless person. The Faceless, the believer of the God of 1,000 faces, had 1,000 faces, 1,000 personalities, and 1,000 lives. Just like how the kind man had done to countless Aryas, the traces of Arya gradually disappeared, until one day, the cat by the canal dreamed of a wolf, and then she became a wolf. She saw the world with the eyes of a wolf, used the teeth of a wolf to bite her prey, and used the body of a wolf to feel the passion that did not lose out to her age. Gradually, she dreamed of a girl named Arya Stark. She was freed from the brainwashing, and she found herself. During the day, when she was awake, she was a nameless person. At night, when she was asleep, she was a happy and unrestrained she-wolf. She knew that she was Arya Stark. Therefore, she could not help but pay attention to the news of the mystic dragon and the Dragon Queen. Because the Dragon Queen's surname was Targaryen, and her surname was Stark. The cat chased the mystic dragon to the Green Eel Inn, and ate a few melons in the crowd. The Faceless assassinated the Dragon Queen. The Faceless was discovered by the dogs. The City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests. The Mother of Dragons was indeed a Targaryen, and when the negotiation failed, she went berserk and burned Bravos and the House of Black and White. But she seemed to be a member of the House of Black and White, and she was also a Faceless. Have you checked the houses near the Green Eel Inn? The chief swordsman asked. There are no suspicious people within 500 meters, and there are no flammable goods such as kerosene and kapok. After a moment of silence, the Sea King Freyr asked softly, "Is the nameless man here?" There was silence in the ship's hall. After a while, the key watcher on the wooden chair twisted his body uncomfortably and said, "He's waiting for you by the moon pond." Who? The kind man, he's here in person. With 2 rowed longboats moving side by side to clear the way, 10 warships meandered into the canal, almost causing traffic on the river to come to a standstill. Beside the Green Eel Inn, there were 2 large warships with decks full of ballistas. However, not only were the ballistas not loaded, they also deliberately changed their direction to avoid the airspace near the inn. After that, the Smiling Face cruise ship slowly entered the moon pond and stopped beside the small dock. 2 blue-robed eunuchs walked down the ship, holding shiny gongs in their hands, and ran along the dock towards the Green Eel Inn. Dang! The eunuch hit the gongs and shouted in a sharp voice, "His Majesty the Sea King has arrived, please step aside." Behind the eunuchs, there were water dancers in golden short robes. They held swords in their right hands and torches in their left. They formed 2 rows between the dock and the inn, separating the crowd of onlookers and clearing a path for the Sea King. 16 strong black men carried down a huge octagonal palanquin from the ship. The palanquin and the poles were painted with red paint. The surface of the palanquin was 7 to 8 meters square, with a gold roof and colorful brocade curtains hanging in all directions. As the palanquin swayed, the people nearby could see the sickly Sea King through the gaps and the huge throne he was sitting on. It was the same one on the ship. At that moment, the Dragon Queen and the hook-nosed knight went downstairs again. She even ordered 2 colorful assassins to climb up the wooden ladder and change the plaque on the door. Green Eel Inn was changed to True Dragon Resort. She didn't mind this shabby place. The Dragon Queen didn't leave the inn, no, the resort. She didn't leave the resort to welcome the Sea King outside. Instead, she opened the door and allowed the Sea King's chief swordsman to bring people into the 3rd floor of the resort. After the chief swordsman checked the spacious negotiation room on the 3rd floor, he came down and reported to the Sea King's palanquin. The palanquin approached the entrance of the resort and landed. The brocade curtains were opened and 2 maids helped the old Sea King down. The Sea King had a pig's kidney face and sky-blue eyes that Dany was familiar with. However, his face was older and weaker than in her memory. His strong muscles were loose and his tight skin was wrinkled. However, the majesty in his eyes was stronger than before. But like all the religious groups on the Islands of Gods, the Black and White House is an independent organization. The Sea King and the government of Bravos have no right to interfere. In fact, I went to the Black and White House to find out about the bounty on you after Sir Gerro's visit a few days ago. In the end, he looked at Dany with a sincere face and asked, "How about I call the person in charge of the Black and White House to discuss this matter with you personally?" Dany resisted the urge to slap the old man and nodded, "That's fine too." Clap clap clap. The old Sea King clapped his hands and shouted in the direction of the stairs, "Your Excellency Priestess, please come up." Dong dong dong. Heavy and slow footsteps came from the wooden stairs. It was a person's footsteps. From the frequency of the footsteps and the heavy landing sound, it could be judged that it was an old man. But there were 3 people coming up. 2 thin and shriveled little girls were supporting an old man in a hooded robe. The other 2 people did not surprise Danny, but the horse-faced brown-haired girl was exactly the same as the soul she saw in the dire wolf last time. Arya. Chapter 380. The horse-faced girl was none other than Arya. She had been a cat by the canal, watching the Dragon Queen in the crowd. Even after the Dragon Queen closed the door to the inn, she did not leave. The cat was working as a helper at the docks of Drowning Town. She wanted to know more about the Megalosaurus. Well, that black dragon was almost the same as the demonic dragon in Old Nan's story. It fulfilled all her fantasies about the Megalosaurus. She wanted to see a dragon. The Dragon Queen was at the inn. That black dragon that had flown off somewhere would come back. She wanted to see it again. A small hand grabbed her wrist. It was her senior sister, Waifu. Waifu was a pale-faced girl who looked no more than 10 years old. Her cheeks were sunken, and she was thin and weak. She looked malnourished. But this little girl was older than Arya's mother. She was 36 this year. The strange poison of the House of Black and White had fixed her appearance and body shape to that of a 10-year-old. The kind man is looking for you. As the former Stark, you should know your greatest enemy, Waifu said. Who? Arya asked in surprise. Then she seemed to think of something. She shook her head and denied it. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Stark. I'm the cat by the canal. I work for the fishmonger Brusco. I don't have any enemies. Waifu stared at her for a long time. Then she nodded. Yes, you are the cat. The kind man wants you to remember someone. The King of the North, Stark's mortal enemy. Are you willing to go? I. Arya turned around and looked at the blurry figure of the woman by the window on the 3rd floor of the Green Eel Inn. Her hesitation turned into determination. Do you want to see Dany Lys Targaryen? I'll go. Then Arya and Waifu put on black and white robes and entered the true dragon courtyard as the kind old man's maids. Dany was surprised by the horse-faced Arya's appearance. Arya also recognized Dany, the beautiful knight she had seen in her dream. Involuntarily, her eyes began to flicker, and a strange expression appeared on her face. She recalled the female knight's warning to her that day. You're a shapeshifter, a wolf spirit. When you're in the wolf dream state, you must remember the taboo of a wolf spirit. Don't eat human flesh, don't deny your instincts, don't indulge in things that don't belong to humans. Her long horse-like face began to turn red and hot. She had eaten people before and was addicted to it. Luckily, I was in my wolf form and she didn't recognize me, Arya thought with relief. The hooded old man noticed Arya's awkwardness, but he only frowned and didn't pay much attention to it. Well, he thought that Kitty was starting to bring in the identity of Arya Stark. It would be strange if Stark's heart was as calm as still water when he saw Targaryen. And this was exactly his goal. This nameless man greets your Majesty Daenerys. The old man walked to Dany's side and bowed respectfully to her. One old man and 2 young. The robes of the 3 faceless people were very distinctive. The right half was black, and the left half was white. What was even more distinctive was the old man's face. The moment he lifted his hood, Dany almost screamed. What a face that was! His skin was rotten and peeling off. The white tendons and red flesh showed the gray of a dead person. The bridge of his nose, forehead, chin, and other angular parts revealed golden skulls. Right in front of Dany, a white maggot the size of a finger wriggled its way out of the eye socket. What the fuck? She cursed in her heart and almost shouted out loud. But in the next moment, in the blink of an eye, the old man's face changed. It was an ugly face with angry eyes. A big, what, flashed in Dany's mind. In the next moment, just as she suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes, she blinked again and the old man's face changed again. A serious and rigid old man with a white beard. So, she blinked again. A mean old man's face. Blink again. A dull old man's face. Blink again. An expressionless old man's face. Blink again. An old man with an extremely faint smile. In this way, Danny kept blinking, and the old man's face kept changing, from extremely terrifying to amiable. In the end, he became the kindest old man in Danny's eyes. Looking at that face, the hostility in Danny's heart gradually disappeared. Amazing. She closed her eyes and said sincerely, "Your Excellency High Priest's face-changing technique is at the peak of perfection. I'm amazed. To be honest, even a master of Sichuan opera couldn't compare to this old faceless man, P.S. It was too real. His expression was as vivid as a real person's. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a fake face with the naked eye." The old faceless man smiled indifferently, with obvious pride in his eyes. Since he knew the purpose of today's negotiation, how could the faceless man not show off his skills? What's more, a certain queen had just used Estapo's dog to insult the famous faceless man. However, many times, we don't judge a person by his face. Danny was unwilling to let the old man leave after showing off. For example, Estapo's dog can detect a person's aura and good and evil emotions. As long as it's an assassin, there will be malice in his heart. She said it again. Let Estapo's dog see a ghost. Dragon Queen's words are very true. The kind old man's heart was filled with hatred, but the kind smile on his face continued, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Danny's expression froze. She suddenly realized that she only felt kindness and peace from the old man, and even a feeling of closeness. But people with normal IQ knew that the old man must have hostility and killing intent towards her. Could it be that faceless people are also divided into levels? Could it be that Arya killed the Night King not because the scriptwriter was retarded, but because she had reached the highest level of faceless, and could even hide the aura of a living person and the killing intent in her heart? Danny was a little uncertain. Your Majesty, you came to me to ask about the assassination of you, right? The kind man continued to smile kindly, and then said kindly, "You captured the nameless person in the Great Pyramid of Estapo, and then released her. So, I don't have to deny the failure of the Black and White School. Yes, we intended to assassinate you, but unfortunately failed." Unfortunately? Danny's face was gloomy. Your Majesty, please believe me, the Black and White School has no malice to you, they are just doing things for money. The person who looked at the key handed over a ball of kindness and said with a smile. Danny was so angry that she laughed. "Killing me is not malice. The person who wants to kill you is the employer. Assassins are like swords, although they kill people, they don't have a personal will." The person who looked at the key explained. The kind man was very dissatisfied with the statement of the person who looked at the key. Although he was talking about the nature of assassins, faceless people did not put themselves in the category of assassins. They were organized, had beliefs, and had lofty ideals. They were an orthodox religious group. So, he turned his head and looked at the fat man beside him. His kind face instantly turned into a serious and rigid face. Danny, who had been staring at him, was shocked again. She wondered if she was a little old and dizzy. He didn't blink, but she still couldn't see his change of face. The serious man said, "Your Excellency Bersalo, you have misunderstood the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. Death is a merciful relief. The nameless people are not assassins, they only represent the relief of the God of 1,000 faces. Moreover, the nameless people never selfishly give out gifts, nor do they actively choose to kill people. The nameless people are only the servants of the God of 1,000 faces." What he said was the truth of a lifetime. At least the explanation of the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces that faceless people believed in was not wrong. The assassination of faceless people was regarded as a sacred ceremony, just like the baptism of Christians. Death is a merciful relief. Does it sound like nonsense and perverted? This started with the birth of faceless people. For some unknown reason, Valeglia plundered slaves from all over the world and crazily excavated the 14 fire peaks. The 14 fire peaks were active volcanoes sealed by Valeglia's witchcraft. Active volcanoes. Just imagine, you can guess how harsh the environment inside the mine was. It was said that the strongest slave miners could hardly live for more than a month. Living so miserably, it was better to die happily. As a result, the people who couldn't bear it, but were unwilling to kill themselves, brought death to the slaves. They were the first faceless people. At that time, death was really a merciful relief. But this doctrine was now. Not to say that it was inappropriate, at least ordinary people couldn't accept it, and couldn't understand it. It was undeniable that in any society, in any environment, there were people who couldn't see past it. But the people who were assassinated by faceless people, 99% of them didn't want to die, and they didn't think that death was a merciful relief. Anyway, Dragon Queen was living well, very happy, and wanted to live for another 500 years. Not only that, even the person who looked at the key twisted his fat face. "Hey, Your Excellency Priestess, the way you talk nonsense with a serious face is really annoying." Danny leaned on the back of the wooden chair and lazily said. The kind person didn't speak, but his face changed, becoming a terrible angry face that could only be seen in nightmares. "Danny, such words should not come out of the mouth of a queen, especially when you are facing a highly respected high priestess." The Sea King's face was stern as he spoke in a serious tone as if he was an elder. "Do you want to die?" Danny squinted at him from the corner of her eyes. The old Sea King was so angry that his face turned white. He pointed at Danny with a trembling hand, trembling and unable to say a word. The chief swordsman suddenly stood up and coldly stared at the Dragon Queen, saying, "Are you threatening His Majesty the Sea King?" Danny spread her hands and said innocently, "Everyone saw that even the Sea King is old and suffering from illness every moment, but he still doesn't want to die, and doesn't think that death is a merciful relief. As the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Don't you understand this principle?" "I." The Sea King's face turned purple. He glared at the frivolous Dragon Queen and said, "I respect the God of 1,000 faces, but I also have my own beliefs. The problem is, I don't believe it either." Danny became more and more innocent. "Don't talk about this nonsense. Let's get to the point." Dark Star slammed the table impatiently and glanced at the 4 people opposite him, saying, "The faceless may not be loyal to the Sea King, but they must serve the interests of the whole of Bravos. The assassination of Her Majesty the Queen definitely has nothing to do with the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces. If there is no money and some ulterior political purpose, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. We only have 2 requests. First, don't send the faceless to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen and her subordinates. Second, Bravos maintains a neutral political position and doesn't interfere in the affairs of Slave Bay and the Allies. In return." "Sir Jero, is this your personal opinion, or are you relaying the Dragon Queen's conditions?" The Sea King angrily interrupted Dark Star and emphasized in a firm tone, "I also want to tell you 2 things. First, Bravos supports religious freedom. We don't interfere in the operations of the Black and White House. The assassination of the Queen has nothing to do with me or Bravos. Second, no outsiders are allowed to interfere in the internal and external affairs of Bravos." He looked straight into Danny's purple eyes and said word by word, "At the peak, Valeglia had more than 500 Dragon King, but the Dragon King never controlled our policies." Chapter 381. Valeglia at its peak conquered the whole world, but it still respected Bravos, the Sea King said firmly. That was bullshit. Valeglia never respected Bravos. Bravos was built by a group of rebellious slaves, while Valeglia took hundreds of thousands of slaves from the whole world every year and sent them to the 14 fire peaks to mine. It lasted for hundreds of years, almost forming an assembly line of mining slaves industry. Countless slaves revolted every year. To the people of Bravos, they felt that it was a great victory to be able to escape from Valeglia. It was enough to be recorded in history, passed down through the ages, and sung by the world for thousands of years. But to the people of Valeglia, it was just one or two supervisors who neglected their duties, just like one or two substandard products on the assembly line. Obviously, the people of Valeglia would not delay the production of the whole factory for a few substandard products. As for the ancestors of Bravos who escaped, the great wizard might have sent 3 or 4 Dragon King to search the coast casually. They did not find anything, so the matter was over because they were very busy, spending hundreds of thousands every minute, so they could not afford to delay. In the end, the ancestors of Bravos were overjoyed, thinking that they had defeated hundreds of Megalosaurus from Valeglia. After that, there was something that made the people of Bravos even more proud. 100 years after the slave revolt, the city of Bravos had been quietly developing for 100 years. During that time, they did not dare to contact the outside world, fearing that the Dragon King of Valeglia would come for them. Little did they know that Valeglia had already forgotten about this. But the people of Bravos still felt guilty. Before the city was completely exposed, they sent messengers with a lot of gold to Valeglia, going in through the back door, buying power and making arrangements. After making sure that the people of Valeglia would no longer trouble them, Bravos was excited as if they had defeated the Megalosaurus and sent out hero invitations, introducing the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia, Bravos, to the world. That's right, Bravos was not as independent as the Westeros. It still belonged to Valeglia's sphere of influence and was known as the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia. Think of Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Lys, Myr, and Taurosai, the 3 sisters of Valeglia, and you will understand the position of Bravos at that time. In fact, before the cataclysm, Valeglia had indeed ruled the world. Other than Westeros, even the Soros continent, which was filled with miasma and plagues, had built a large number of Valeglia-free fortresses. Unfortunately, they were too close to Valeglia and were destroyed by tsunamis during the cataclysm. The Sea King's pretentious words were as laughable as Kakuzu's claim that he had fought against the first Hokage. Ha! Dany chuckled and leaned forward. She placed her elbows on the table and looked into the old Sea King's sharp green eyes. She said faintly, "Everyone, Bravos has never been regarded as a real enemy by the Dragon King, so it has never experienced the dragon's calamity. This has caused you to misunderstand one thing. You think that a strong bison should fear 500 fierce tigers and can be dismissive of 5 fierce tigers. In fact, to Bravos, 5 dragons and 500 dragons are really not much different." Bang! The Sea King slammed the table with all his strength. His eyes were spitting fire as he panted, "Dany Lissa, you are too arrogant. Even your father and grandfather would not dare to say such things to me. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me, and don't compare those 2 good-for-nothings with me." Dany wanted to shout, but she still bore the title of Targaryen. She could scold him in private, but she could not deceive her master and destroy her ancestors in public. She said faintly, "They don't have dragons. In this world, everything else is illusory. Only dragons are the masters. Everyone has been used to this rule for 6,000 years. I don't want to be the master of Bravos, but the problem is that I, who can be the master, am not willing to be the grandson. Do you understand, Your Majesty Frager Antolin?" The Sea King Frager panted. His pale, sickly face was flushed red. He looked deeply at the confident, arrogant, and domineering Dragon Queen opposite him. He gritted his teeth and said, "When the Targaryens were at their strongest, there were more than 20 dragons, but they did not have such crazy ideas like yours." Dany finally could not help but curse loudly, "Don't mention those idiots. They are not worthy of being Targaryens." What? The Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman were all stunned. I am the patriarch of the Targaryens, and the archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods. I announce a new rule of the Targaryens: any dragon king who kills one another, any Targaryens who kill their relatives, will lose the surname of Targaryen. Just like the illegitimate child is called Vishouse, those idiots who were expelled from the clan will be called Idiot. Blood Dragon Dance, Black Party Rhaenyra Idiot vs Green Party Aegon Idiot. It feels so idiotic. You are crazy. The old Sea King was horrified and said with some fear. Not to mention the old Sea King, even Arya, who had always been rebellious, was so shocked that she lost her rigid and solemn expression. Her gray eyes widened, and even the mucus at the corner of her eyes could be seen. I am not crazy. Dany sighed helplessly and asked, if it were you, with more than 20 dragons at home, would you still fight so hard for an iron chair that pokes your buttocks? Everyone was silent. The old Sea King sighed sorrowfully. The bravos of the past generations had been guarding against this, and I actually encountered it. That's right, people with normal intelligence would not only fix their eyes on the narrow area of the King's Landing. So what if they ascended the Iron Throne? The Westeros were divided into 7 kingdoms and royal territories, and the Iron Throne could only govern one royal territory. If it were the Bravos, when the Megalosaurus multiplied and the family's strength increased, they would definitely fight for the right to rule the western continent of Ursus. It was just like what countless cities and races had done after the Cataclysm. The Volantis had tried to unify the free cities, the Dothraki had tried to turn the western cities into their pastures, Pentos and Bravos had fought for the plains above the Lorne River, Myr and Tarosi had fought for the lands of strife, Kohler had fought for the plains in the Lorne River with Pentos and Volantis. Even now, after the Bravos became the leader of the 9 free cities, they were still working hard to expand their power and began to interfere in the affairs of the Westeros. They were all ambitious. With strength, they began to try to rule the world. Therefore, after Aegon founded the country, the Bravos were always on tenterhooks, worried that the Targaryens would gather the power of the Westeros and invade the free cities. Especially during the period between Aegon I and King Rhaenyra, equivalent to the Kangon and Qianlong era of the Dragonians, the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen family multiplied in large numbers, dozens of people, dozens of dragons, and the upper echelons of the free cities were scared out of their wits. If they put themselves in the shoes of others, they would definitely work hard to restore the hegemony of the Valeglia era. Therefore, the Bravos bewitched Alyssa, Princess Rhaenyra's best friend, and stole 3 dragon eggs. The Bravos did not dare to send the Faceless One to steal the eggs, because at that time, no one dared to provoke the Targaryens. In fact, King Rhaenyra was already prepared for an all-out war. As long as he found out who had hatched a dragon, he would lead his family and dozens of dragons to attack. At that time, no one knew who Alyssa had given the dragon eggs to, or where she had gone. Otherwise, war would have already broken out. Princess Rhaenyra only guessed that her best friend had gone to explore the Sea of the Sunset based on her dreams. In fact, Alyssa had died a long time ago. Of course, the Bravos would not leave anyone alive to invite disaster upon themselves. It was not until 250 years later when Dany saw the red dragon egg in Volantis that she revealed to old Ymont the secret that had troubled the Targaryens for hundreds of years. But the Bravo Sea Kings had been in fear for more than 100 years, only to receive news of the blood dragon dance. What the fuck? While crying tears of joy, the Sea King of that era also thought disdainfully in his heart, dozens of dragons, but none of them have the ambition to match it. To think that they are the bloodline of the conquerors of Valeglia. Those Targaryens are a bunch of fools. Thinking of this, Sea King brother Felix suddenly understood the Dragon Queen's words at this time. But this also meant that the Dragon Queen was a normal person, she did not inherit the foolish blood of her ancestors, she was not brainless. She was asking the world for the position of the Dragon King. This was what the Bravo Sea Kings were most worried about. Anxiously turning his head, the Sea King happened to meet the eyes of the Key Keeper. Both of them saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. But the Sea King ignored the deep determination hidden in the Key Keeper's eyes. What you said is very reasonable. You are the Dragon King, you have the right to ask for more. The Sea King sighed and turned to look respectfully at the benevolent man. With pleading eyes, he said, High Priest, can you bend the rules and make an exception for the Dragon Queen? After a long silence, the benevolent man glanced at Arya from the corner of his eyes and said lightly, A life for a life. The Dragon Queen spared the life of a nameless person. Under the witness of the God of 1,000 Faces, the followers of the God of 1,000 Faces under the jurisdiction of the House of Black and White will not attack the Dragon Queen again. The benevolent man did not surrender directly, but compromised with the Dragon Queen on the grounds of a life for a life, while preserving the dignity of the House of Black and White. In fact, before figuring out the Dragon Queen's trump card and being 100% sure, the House of Black and White did not intend to send the Faceless to continue to perform tasks. For this reason, the only remaining insider, Grand Secretary Pycelle, wrote many letters to reprimand the House of Black and White for not keeping their promises and not doing anything for the money. The benevolent man's answer to Pycelle was, a life for a life. Where are my officials? Dany asked calmly without any joy on her face. The benevolent man answered with silence. After a while, the key-keeper broke the awkward situation. His fat face squeezed out a happy chrysanthemum, which brought the Dragon Queen great kindness. Your Majesty, if it is not a deep personal grudge, very few people would pay a high price for the Faceless to kill, to bring a gift to your subordinates. In fact, there is only one king, but anyone can be an official. It is not worth it, not worth it. Dany was somewhat at a loss of what to do. If she forcibly asked the Faceless not to act against her subordinates, wouldn't that give them something to use against her? Under normal circumstances, the king did not care about the life and death of his subordinates. Just like the fat man Bersalo said, anyone can be an official. Originally, the Faceless did not care about the officials of the slave bay, but now that she was so concerned about the life and death of her subordinates, would she deliberately use them to threaten her? Even if one day, after a falling out, the Faceless really went to a large-scale assassination of her subordinates. Even if they could not hurt her, they could at least make her furious and make her suffer. What is the price for killing me? Dany asked. This. The fat keeper looked embarrassed. On the left, he looked at the stupefied Sea King, and on the right, he looked at the old man with a kind smile. Your Excellency High Priest, you see, can this matter be revealed? The fat man sorrowfully asked. Yes. The benevolent man gently nodded. Then, the key-keeper stretched out a hand. Chapter 382. Looking at the face of the keyman, Bezelot squeezed out an awkward smile, stretched out his hand that looked like white bread, and raised his 5 carrot-like fingers together. 5 million gold royals. Dany raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Yes. Bezelot pursed his lips and nodded. Ha, what do you say now? You are just a keyman, yet you even know the remuneration of the Faceless. There is no doubt that the gold royals of the Black and White House are stored in the Bravo's iron vault, and you still say it has nothing to do with it. Gerald Dane sneered. The Bravo's iron vault collects deposits from all over the world. The former King Aerys, and now Dornmartel also have deposits here. Bezelot looked up and rubbed his fat hands as he said. No wonder, in just over 300 years, Bravos jumped from a remote sea city to the head of the 9 free city-states. Dany sighed with a complicated expression. During the Valeglia period, Bravos was just an illegitimate daughter. Not to mention the other 8 city-states, even the neighboring White Harbor in the north was inferior. In the first few hundred years, Bravos could only eat the residue of the narrow sea trade, mainly competing with White Harbor for the trembling sea trade, but White Harbor had a longer history. After the Great Catastrophe, Volantis was also a big sister for more than 100 years. When Aegon and his sister landed in the Westeros, Bravos had already become the head of the 9 free city-states. This speed of getting rich, it was no wonder that an immature dragon queen could earn 5 million gold royals. Even if the others were not as valuable as the dragon queen, as long as there were enough of them, the Black and White House could also earn 5 million gold royals in a year. Dani did not know how many faceless the Black and White House had, nor did she know how often they took orders, so the income was really hard to calculate. But the faceless were completely free of cost. The faceless who carried out the mission were believers of the God of Thousand Faces, and they did not even get a commission. All the gold would fall into the hands of the Black and White House and then be locked in the vault. How many faceless are there in the Black and White House? She could not help but ask. The kind person became kind again and said kindly, there is only one faceless person, but believers are all over Bravos, walking the whole world. Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, other than the irregular meetings, the believers would not stay in the church every day. The House of Black and White is the Baylor Cathedral of the God of 1,000 Faces. That's all. Thus, if you ride a dragon and burn down the Black-White School, at most you'll burn me to death. If you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop, that's just wishful thinking. Dani actually understood, and felt more and more that Faceless One was a big trouble. But she still had to pretend that she didn't understand. She gave the kind person a kind smile and asked, the high priest seems to be emphasizing that only the faceless under the jurisdiction of the Black and White School will no longer attack me. In other words, someone can break away from the Black and White School and regain their freedom. The benevolent man was very surprised. He didn't think that the Dragon Queen would be able to detect such a small loophole. What he didn't know was that a white-skinned Chinese with a yellow heart was sitting opposite him. A foreigner was playing word games with a Chinese, Your Majesty the Queen, someone will introduce you to the Church of Black and White School. The benevolent man cleared his throat and solemnly explained, the faceless one in the world is the priest of the Church of the God of 1,000 Faces. They have no worries and serve the God of 1,000 Faces wholeheartedly. They bring the gifts of the God to the people who deserve to die, so they are under the control of someone, the high priest. But all churches can't only have priests, there are also ordinary believers. There are even monks who have returned to the secular world, but still retain their faith. At that time, the Nameless One will no longer be a nameless one. Dani didn't believe that the Black and White School would allow the old Faceless One to retire. In the movies, when an assassin wanted to retire and return to a normal life, almost none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the assassin organization. Not to mention the old assassin's pension, the dead could at least better keep the organization's secrets. How many people would a qualified Faceless One kill in his life? If he revealed his mission and the secrets of the Faceless One, how big of a storm would it cause? If a famous person uses the skills of a nameless person to kill me, who will it belong to? Dani asked with a frown. You have the Black and White School's promise that as long as it is a believer of the God of 1,000 Faces, they will never attack you. This is a stronger and more sacred promise than the rights of guests and the sacred oath. If someone violates it, even if the Black and White School can't prevent it, they will be given the greatest punishment after the incident. The benevolent man said resolutely. Ha ha ha, the old Faceless One spoke seriously, but Dani just wanted to laugh. A faceless one against a queen, it was really worth it. After a long time, the benevolent man asked, Dragon Queen, regarding the assassination of you by the nameless person, are you satisfied with the Black and White School's answer? It's okay. Dani gritted her teeth. What could she do if she wasn't satisfied? Since ancient times, the results of negotiations were not based on whether the two sides were right or wrong, but on how thick the muzzle of each side was and how far the shell could shoot. After some probing, Dragon Queen found that her muzzle was thick enough, but it couldn't kill the enemy in one shot. In the face of the Faceless One with deep roots, powerful branches and leaves, yet extremely hidden, the Dragon Queen also felt powerless. She had a cannon, but there was nowhere to fire it. Clap, clap, clap. Fatty Bersallo clapped his hands, and a smile blossomed on his face. Okay, the misunderstanding between the Black and White School and Dragon Queen has been perfectly resolved. How about we go to the Sea King Palace to celebrate? The benevolent man stood up and shook his head. Someone has to serve the god of 1,000 faces. Goodbye. Once again bowing to the Dragon Queen, the benevolent man led Arya and Waif to the stairs. Wait a minute. Dark Star extended his right hand to the Faceless One. Your Majesty, you haven't asked who wants to kill you. Sir, forgive me for not being able to comply, but the Black and White School will never betray a devotee. The benevolent man stopped, as if answering Gerald Dane, but his head turned to the Dragon Queen. Devotee? Dany had a strange look on her face. Fatty Bersallo explained, according to the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces, death is the gift of God, the end of pain. So, if a person wants to get this gift, they have to make enough offerings to God. The Faceless One will represent God and give the gift to anyone in the world. Damn, you can make a shameless assassination so fresh, I can't help but admire you. Gerald, don't make things difficult for the High Priest, I know who it is. Dany smiled helplessly. In the whole Westeros, except for Duke Tywin, who else can make up their mind to invite the Faceless One as soon as they know that I'm hatching a dragon? The benevolent man's pupils contracted, and without saying a word, he turned and left. Tywin Lannister. Arya's eyes flashed, and she took one last look at the Dragon Queen before following the benevolent man. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Fatty Bersallo gave a thumbs up and praised, if Duke Tywin didn't find the Iron Treasury as a guarantee, I wouldn't know that Tywin, who is tens of thousands of miles away, would be so afraid of you. Now it seems that he did the right thing, you are the biggest threat to the Iron Throne. Sigh. There is no one in the Westeros more clear-headed than Duke Tywin. Tywin needs a loan to invite the Faceless One. Isn't it said that Tywin's poop is gold? Dany was surprised. Fatty Bersallo's eyes flashed, and he said pointedly, Your Majesty, you think that Targaryen's enemy is only Lannister? I don't want to think, I want them to think that Targaryen is not their enemy. Dany chuckled. A wise decision. If you insist on revenge, at least 5.5 of the 7 kingdoms will not be able to resolve the conflict with you. Bersallo praised. What does this have to do with Tywin's loan? Gerald Dane asked. Bersallo showed a shrewd smile and said, Since Theon Bella sits on the Iron Throne, and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are hostile to Targaryen, then Duke Tywin doesn't need to spend his own money to serve the kingdom. Even if Targaryen is Lannister's mortal enemy, even if his grandson sits on the Iron Throne, or even his own grandson. Makes sense, Dany praised. No wonder Lannister can become the richest man in the 7 kingdoms, even in the distant Slave Bay, you can hear the story of Tywin pulling gold. Fatty's face suddenly turned bitter, and he stammered, Your Majesty, there is something I don't know if I should say. Say it, I can take the worst news. Dany rolled her eyes at him and sighed. The Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted, you know that, right? Bersallo said. Yes. The debt of the royal family is guaranteed by the Iron Throne. Bersallo observed the Dragon Queen's expression, and said carefully, according to tradition, the new dynasty has the obligation to repay the debt of the previous dynasty. Dany's heart was burning with anger, but her face was calm, and she said lightly, So, if I sit on the Iron Throne, I still have to pay Tywin the money to hire the Faceless to assassinate me? Bersallo seemed to have encountered an extremely difficult matter, his white steamed bun-like face wrinkled like a bun, and his pair of chubby hands twisted into a fried dough twist. In theory, it is, like this, he seemed to be too ashamed, his head was almost buried on the table, and his voice was extremely low, like a mosquito in a mosquito net in summer. Dany was expressionless, and Gerald Dane sneered, both of them stared at Fatty's bald head without saying a word. The atmosphere was oppressive, the firewood in the fireplace crackled, and sweat the size of beans seeped out of Fatty's shiny head. The Sea King, who had been pretending to be dead for a long time, seemed to wake up from his sleep, and muttered, The Dragon Queen grew up in Bravos, and she is our good friend. Bersallo, For my sake, can you give me a 30% discount? Bursalo Ryan immediately came to life, and with a pair of innocent eyes, he shouted, Your Highness Sea King, I am only one of the key keepers, I do not have the final say in the Iron Treasury. At most, at most. Fatty clenched his teeth, and said with a twisted face, at most 20%. The Ryan family does not want the dividends from the Iron Treasury this year. Danny, what do you think? The Sea King looked at the Dragon Queen with a pair of sincere eyes. Danny did not comment, and asked, How much money does the King's Landing owe? Or, to ascend to the Iron Throne, how much money do I have to repay the Iron Treasury? Bursalo immediately said, The repayment within a year is only 35 million. If it is you, the loan for hiring Faceless One will be 20% off, and it will be cheaper by another million. How much is the annual interest? Danny asked again. Not much, only 5%, much cheaper than the 3% of the Old Town's church bank. Bursalo smiled. It was lower than the low-interest loans of many modern banks, and was not considered a usury. However, in this world, there was no interest on deposits, and sometimes large withdrawals had to pay a storage fee. This kind of interest was similar to national debt. Chapter 383. If I said I don't want the Iron Throne anymore, would you believe me? Danny laughed strangely. Ha ha ha. The Sea King and the Keyman laughed along, completely treating her words as a joke. Your Majesty, 5 million gold royals may seem like a lot, but once you quell the rebellion and restore stability to the Seven Kingdoms economy, as long as you don't be as extravagant as King Robert, you can easily pay off the loan in 20 years. Bursalo comforted gently. 5 million is nothing to me, but I don't want to be bullied. To tell you the truth, even if I really sit on the Iron Throne one day, I won't pay a single copper coin back to Theon and Lannister. You want to go back on your word? The smile on Bussaro's fat face disappeared, and his expression darkened. Danny, you have to think clearly, the Iron Treasury can't be defaulted. The Sea King advised. I know. Danny nodded and sighed. If a king doesn't pay off his debt, you will lend money to support another duke in the kingdom. The duke will use your money to overthrow the old king and become the new king, and the new king will repay the old king and his own debt to the Iron Treasury. Do it, do it, do it with all your might. She waved her hand and said encouragingly. Go and give money to Lannister, to Tyrell, to anyone in the Westeros. I support you. The Sea King and Bursalo looked at each other, they didn't expect the Dragon Queen to have such a reaction. Did she think that the gold in the Iron Treasury was not as useful as dragons? It seemed, we can put this matter aside for now, after all, Lannister is still sitting on the Iron Throne. Perhaps, before the Queen takes back the Iron Throne, the debt problem will be solved. Bursalo laughed like a Maitreya Buddha again, rubbing his fat hands. Once we're done with business, why don't we go to the Sea King's palace? There's a grand banquet waiting for Her Majesty the Queen. Since a week ago, His Majesty the Sea King has been preparing for tonight's negotiations and the banquet afterwards. At this moment, who knows how many dignitaries, singers and poets have gathered at the Sea King's palace. Forget about the banquet, I'll leave after we're done with one last thing. Danny waved her hand and refused. You're not going to the banquet at the Sea King's palace? That was specially prepared for you. Bursalo frowned. I don't want to attend that banquet either. Let those people entertain themselves. The Sea King mumbled tiredly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed through the fatty's eyes as he looked at the Sea King, but it was only for a moment before he smiled and nodded in agreement. That's good, that's good. What does your Majesty want to talk about? Your Iron Treasury collects deposits from all over the world, doesn't it? Of course, even the Jade Sea Lightning Island has a branch of the Iron Treasury. Just the Bode dynasty alone took a loan of 13 million gold royals from us. Compared to them, the Iron Throne's money is nothing. said the fat man proudly. How did the Bo clan borrow so much money? Danny asked in shock. The barbarian lands now have 3 monarchs, each country is divided into 3 parts. Even if we don't go to war every year, we would at least have a small war every 2 years and a big war every 3 years. How can we not lack money? Did the Iron Treasury take a loan from the other 2 monarchs? Danny asked coldly. No, their dynasties are newly established. Unlike the Bo clan, whose government has already decayed, each of them still has an important trading town. They don't lack money, said the fat man regretfully. Are you going to take my money? What? The Sea King and the Key Keeper exclaimed at the same time. Do you want my gold at Slaver's Bay? Danny said confidently. What do you want to do? The Key Keeper's fat face was excited and nervous at the same time. Oily sweat instantly covered his nose. I want to buy food from the 9 free cities. He thought that this winter would be the same as the previous years, which would only last for 2 or 3 years. How much profit? What? Danny looked at the fat man who asked the question in confusion. He rubbed his fat hands and asked with a smile, I mean, as the middleman, how much difference can the Iron Treasury make? How much do you want? Danny smiled. Well. The fat man's eyes flashed with shrewdness. He counted with his fingers and began to calculate for the Dragon Queen. You see, for large amounts of gold in a foreign country, there is a 3% to 15% processing fee. Considering the tense situation between Slave Bay and the Alliance, at least 14. Sigh, with your status, Dragon Queen, we only charge 13.5%. That's not much, right? Well, it's not much. Danny nodded. It really wasn't much. Transporting gold from Slaver's Bay to Volantis, which was the nearest city, was about 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers of sea route. On the way, they still had to pass through the eastern Summer Sea, where there were many pirates, and the Valyrian ruins, where the weather was unpredictable. Compared to the cost of the Spanish treasure fleet in the 17th century, 15% commission was not much. After all, the money was stored in the Iron Treasury. She could use it anywhere in the world, saving a lot of transportation and guarding costs. Secondly, there is the profit of being a temporary food merchant. In other words, if you don't want to be a manager and become a large grain merchant, you will sign a contract with me as a seller? Danny confirmed again. That's right. You only need to deposit the gold into the Iron Gold Vault in advance and pay a 30% deposit. We will definitely give you the same amount of grain 5 years later. As for how we buy the grain, what price we buy it at, and how we store it, you don't need to care. If you pay 5 times the price, we can even help you transport the grain to Dragonstone Island, Bersalo said confidently. Dragon Queen nodded reluctantly and said, one last question. How much grain can I receive in 5 years? That depends on how much gold you have, Bersalo said. You're that confident? Dragon Queen raised her voice. The current price of grain is about 200,000 gold royals for 10,000 tons. The land in the Rhone River is fertile, and it ripens twice a year. Considering the upcoming winter, let's say it ripens once a year. 1 acre of ripened land requires at least 200 kilograms of grain. 10,000 tons is about 100,000 acres of land. Just the Andorras plains of the upper Rhone River alone can provide 1 billion acres of farmland and pastures. If from now on, 1 billion acres of land will be sown with winter wheat. 1 year later, 100 million tons of wheat will be harvested. You will have to pay 2 billion gold royals for it. Slaver's Bay has 2 billion gold royals. Bersalo smiled confidently. Andorras was the homeland of the Undulls. To the west was the Bravos Strait, to the east was the upper Rhone River, and to the south were mountains. Although there were many hills, because it was surrounded by mountains and rivers, there were many plains suitable for farming. It was definitely the foundation of an emperor. Unfortunately, the conflict between civilizations in Ursos was too intense. The Undals, who were powerful in the Westeros, could not protect their ancestral land. Now, the Undals and Ursos were almost wiped out, and Andorras fell under the control of the Braavos people. Andorras basically supplied all of Braavos' food, meat, milk, and production materials. Yes, the water city of Braavos had a large area of influence, and did not lack food. But Fatty was still bragging. Not to mention 1 billion acres of farmland, the vast Andorras had 2 billion acres of arable land. But arable land was not the same as arable land. At the very least, the farmers needed to take care of the farmland. Even the great Celestial Empire did not have 2 billion acres of arable land. Dany Slaver's Bay was 10 times more fertile than Andorras. The two rivers and the Cayuan Plains covered hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. But limited by the population, the farmland that was effectively used was not even enough to cover 20 million acres. Without a doubt, the population of Braavos was not as large as Slaver's Bay, and it was impossible to grow 1 billion acres of wheat. But Dany did not care if Fatty was bragging, as long as he could grow the food she needed. It was a last-minute decision. The Sea King was the ruler of Braavos, and he had the same power as the king. There were no titles like Duke or Earl under the Sea King, and the city manager was a knowledgeable doctor and the guard of the Iron Treasury. The Doctor of Braavos was as knowledgeable as the Doctor of the City of Knowledge. But the position was completely different, and the Doctor of Braavos had more power and more direct management power. In other words, the Doctor of the City of Knowledge was equivalent to the Doctor of a modern university, and the Doctor of Braavos was equivalent to the Genshir. Well, it was similar to the scholar bureaucrats of the ancient Celestial dynasty, which built the civil service system of Braavos. Of course, there was a difference with the scholar bureaucrats, and the doctor here was similar to the title of nobility, and could be passed down to the next generation. Well, it was equivalent to the father taking the Genshir exam, and only his son could inherit his Genshir position. Of course, to inherit the family's doctor position, one's knowledge and ability must be qualified, and idiots were not qualified to become doctors. The guards were the managers of the Iron Treasury, and they were composed of shareholders, financiers, key keepers, and lenders. Strictly speaking, the Fatty Bisaro was also a guard. The guards and the doctor formed the real ruling class of Braavos, and even the Sea King was elected by them from the citizens. The election process was mysterious and complicated, and it seemed to refer to the prophecies of the moon singer and the oracle of the god of 1,000 faces, and ordinary people would never understand. What a vicious, cunning, and crazy woman. As expected of the daughter of Mad King Ares, as expected of the commander of the allied army that overturned Slaver's Bay, as expected of the demon dragon queen who terrified the people of the world. King Ares's spirit in heaven will be very proud to see you like this. Very proud. The Iron Throne will belong to you. Watching you grow from a child to a qualified king, I am also proud of you, he said sincerely. You flatter me, I am far inferior to senior. Dany showed a slightly stiff and humble smile. A glint flashed across the Sea King's eyes, and he raised his chin with white stubble. He smiled reservedly and said, I'm afraid that the Iron Throne is only a part of your ambition. What do you mean? Dany was confused. Could it be that she was too domineering, and the old man thought that she was the empress who was destined to rule the world with just one look? I heard that you swore to the nobles of the 7 countries that, the one who ends the long night will be king. You saw deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, and you think that the long night is coming? The Sea King asked with a chuckle. You even know this? Dany's pupils contracted. Accurate and timely information is money. The Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world, and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world, the old Sea King said confidently. That's right, there are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, and I even fought with them. If the legends are correct, the long night is coming, and that's why I want to buy food on a large scale. Danny decided to be an honest child, and told him the truth. She came up with the Futures to Save the World plan, because the warm and rich Urso's continent did not have a tradition of storing food. She planned to use gold to stimulate the merchants to plant food on a large scale, and when the long night came, the people could survive on that batch of food. If everyone believed that the long night was coming, they would be more anxious to produce food than she was. In this way, she would have achieved her goal in disguise. Yes, she could still save the gold. Ha ha ha. The Sea King threw his head back and laughed, and there was a sense of pride and arrogance in his smile that said, I have seen through everything, but you know nothing. What? You don't believe me? Danny was confused. I do, of course I do. The Sea King nodded with a smile. If you believe me, then why are you laughing? Danny said angrily. Sorry, The Sea King was embarrassed. Was the contempt and arrogance in his smile that obvious? After being the Sea King for decades, he was not even as shrewd as a little queen. That was not right. Danny, as I said before, the Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world, and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world. To be honest, your King's Landing's eunuch, the 8-clawed spider, is very talented in intelligence. We looked for them, but we couldn't find them. Maybe the savages picked them up, the Sea King said. No, the savages didn't have steel swords, so they might have become the deviant ghost spoils of war, Danny suddenly said. Steel swords could break magic, but it did not mean that they could ward off evil spirits. Evil spirits could also use steel swords. They know how to keep their spoils of war, the Sea King asked suspiciously. Deviant ghosts have intelligence. Danny nodded and asked, 20 years ago, did you hoard food too? Did you plan to control the world through food? Chapter 386. The old Sea King and the chief swordsman looked at each other, turned around, and gave an awkward but polite smile to the Dragon Queen. He said, we have hoarded food, but we have never thought of plundering the world, let alone having the crazy ambition to control the world. We are, his pale face turned red. The old Sea King finally remembered what the Dragon Queen had said before. It was a reason that no one would believe, but it was a reason to buy food. Like you, Danny, we also intend to save the world by hoarding food. The old Sea King spoke with conviction and sincerity. Yes, I believe you. Hoarding food to deal with the long night, to save the people of the world. In the end, he lamented, Danny, I have underestimated you, really. I didn't expect you to be so thorough. You even came up with such a slogan. I am not as good as you. I have a big pile of MMP that I want to paste on your face. Danny's face was wooden. She asked again, you lost? The Sea King's lamentation turned into dullness, then from dullness to realization, then to awkwardness, and finally, awkwardness to embarrassment. He shifted his sickly body awkwardly. His pale face turned slightly dark. He muttered, I lost everything. I lost badly, worse than you. Worse than me. Danny raised her voice. She seemed to be dissatisfied that someone dared to compare themselves to her. The Sea King's eyes turned awkwardly after he said what was on his mind. After a while, he sighed. He decided that he should be honest with an old hand like himself. I have the same idea as you. The Iron Treasury invested more than 80 million gold royals from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, and then to the river bend in the west to purchase food and supplies. We are waiting for the long night to come and harvest the gold of the entire world. Cough cough. The chief swordsman was ashamed. He coughed a few times to interrupt the Sea King's nonsense and said softly, "Save the world." Save the world is a slogan. We are all sensible people. There is no need to say such nonsense. The old Sea King muttered. You are the Sea King. The chief swordsman insisted stubbornly. Everyone knows. The Sea King sighed helplessly, skipped over this part, and continued, "Sigh, I've waited for 2 years, but instead of the long night, summer has arrived." Danny could almost imagine the dumbfounded expressions of the people of Bravos staring at the sun as the temperature rose day by day. The corner of her mouth twitched a few times, and she asked again, "And then? You've failed once, and now you've given up. You no longer believe in the legend of the long night? How is that possible?" That was a deviant ghost that had appeared in the human world in the legends. Who wouldn't be afraid? Also, the prophecies of Yasur and Ahai have been passed down for thousands of years. Who dares to not believe them? The old Sea King shook his head vigorously. However, we have also become more cautious and have begun to search for the child of prophecy. If we can find the child of prophecy, then the time of the long night can be roughly calculated. Let's go to the Isle of Gods and the Moon Chanter Temple. We'll ask the high priest to make a prophecy about the prince in the prophecy. At this point, the old man looked at Danny with a complicated gaze. Prince Riga, your brother is the prince in the prophecy. That's what the Moon Chanter told us. Then, we went to King's Landing to investigate. In Aegon V, when your great-grandfather was in power, a forest which had also prophesied that the child of prophecy would be born in the descendants of Eris and his wife. It coincided with the prophecies of the Moon Chanter, so we were very sure that Riga was the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. And at that time, he had just come of age, in the prime of his life, smart and wise, brave and courageous, in line with everyone's fantasy of the child of prophecy. Then, the Iron Treasury began to store food again. This time, it was on a larger scale and lasted longer, from summer to autumn, and from autumn to winter. It cost 130 million gold royals in an attempt to earn back the previous losses. Cough, cough, cough. The chief swordsman coughed as if he was ill. The Sea King was interrupted and was stunned for a while before he could react. He said helplessly, "It cost 130 million in an attempt to save the world. Unfortunately, the heavens did not follow our wishes, waiting for the wrong spring, waiting for the news of Prince Riga's defeat and death. At that time, winter had not yet passed, and we still held on to the last glimmer of hope. Then, the 11-year-long summer came. Bello's predecessor, the general manager of the Iron Treasury who presided over the two matters of storing food, killed himself. The Sea King lamented. Danny was stunned and asked, "You have completely given up, and are not going to save the world anymore?" "How could we?" The Sea King shook his head and sighed, "The legend of the long night is too frightening. Of course, we will not give up because of 1 or 2 failures to save the world. After all, the deviant ghosts are real." Later, when the summer was at its hottest, we sent people deep into the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall, ready to explore the deviant ghosts. Guess what? We did not encounter any deviant ghosts, but we found a few savage tribes in the frozen glaciers. One of the old men said that he had known about the white ghosts since he could remember. He had lived for decades, and he could see them almost every winter. The land of eternal winter, from the name, was almost the Arctic Circle of this world. The reason why it was almost was because no one had really crossed the land of eternal winter, and they were not sure whether the other end of the land of eternal winter was Asia or the deep hell. Even Danny, because she had not lived long enough, did not dare to ride a dragon to explore there. The Bravosi people went to the land of eternal winter to look for deviant ghosts, which was considered full of sincerity. How are we going to save the world? Obviously, we guessed wrong. The long night brought deviant ghosts, but they have always been living in the easternmost land. The old Sea King spread his hands and said sadly. Impossible, if the savages had seen deviant ghosts so many times, why were they not eaten? Gerald doubted. It seems that because of religious beliefs, the old savages called deviant ghosts God's messengers. The Sea King was stunned and said uncertainly. Believers of the god of frost, they have probably sacrificed to deviant ghosts, Danny thought with a gloomy face. Whether deviant ghosts can bring the long night to the world or not, you at least thought that the long night was coming, and prepared so much food for it. Then why didn't you inform the others, the Night Watchers, the Iron Throne, and the other free cities? Gerald questioned in a low voice. The Sea King frowned and said, the savages and the Bravosi sea merchants have mentioned the white ghosts to the Night Watchers, but they did not believe it. If you openly announced the storage of food and spread the news about deviant ghosts, and even called for people to form groups to look for deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, I don't believe that everyone is an idiot and will not believe your words. Gerald said coldly. Sir, I don't know if the others are idiots, but I don't want to be an idiot. Old Brother Fry was not ashamed. Looking at the like-minded Dragon Queen who was wallowing in the mire, he decided not to talk nonsense about saving the world. He said frankly, spreading the news will cause the price of food to rise. The cost of storing food will increase, the world will fall into a state of panic, and the sea trade will collapse. This is not good for us. Why should I sacrifice the interests of Bravos to save the foreigners? To put it bluntly, as long as Bravos can be preserved, the other 8 trading cities will become empty cities. This will only be good for us. Didn't the Dragon Queen think the same? After knowing about the deviant ghosts, she began to secretly buy food and prepared to exhaust the enemy forces of the 7 kingdoms through the long night. She might even be planning to dominate the world through food. When we were still at the Great Wall, the Night Watchers sent out messenger crows to inform the nobles about the deviant ghosts. They also told them about the agreement between the Queen and the 7 kingdoms that the one who ends the long night shall be the king. Gerald argued for the Queen. The old Sea King had a smug expression as if he had seen through their hearts, and said coldly, yes, there are too many Night Watchers at the Great Wall and Stannis' army. The news of deviant ghosts could not be hidden any longer. So they rushed to Urso to buy food. In order to make the best use of time, they did not hesitate to give 20% of the profits to the Iron Treasury. Her Majesty the Queen is really generous and ambitious. I'm not shrewd enough. Senior guessed all my thoughts in one go. I'm ashamed. Danny pulled back Gerald, who still wanted to argue, and said to the Sea King with a smile. It has nothing to do with shrewdness. You and I have the same king's heart, and we both did what a king should do. After all, we are not Yesor Ahai. If we can't be the savior, then we will strive to be the king of the new world. Unfortunately, Bravos suffered a bit of a loss in the first 2 rounds and needs to take a breather. This round, Danny, you will be in charge. If you succeed, you will be the overlord of the world. If you fail, it doesn't matter. You will only lose tens of millions of gold royals. Don't be afraid, the deviant ghosts may not be able to bring about the long night. Besides, you have the Megalosaurus, the rich slave bay, and the Westeros. You can afford to lose. Hearing the old Sea King's earnest teachings, Danny's beautiful face almost twisted. What do you think about the child of prophecy? Why am I not the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai? She asked curiously. I have read the ancient book of Asha. The full name of the child of prophecy in the prophecy is Prince of Prophecy. In other words, the savior is a prince. Danny, you are a princess, a queen, but not a prince. Well, neither am I, Brother Fry said. That's it. Danny's mouth twitched. She felt that the Sea King was old and confused. The Moon Singer also prophesied, and no one thinks that you are the child of prophecy. The Sea King shook his head. Well, I am not the child of prophecy. Like you, I want to be the overlord of the world. Danny seemed to have given up struggling. Chapter 387. Even the Sea King was elected by the Magi and the wardens in secret. There was no doubt that the core power of Braavos belonged to their council. Before Gerald Dane entered the Sea King's palace as the Dragon Queen's envoy, there were two different voices in the council regarding the Dragon Queen's attitude. Two voices, two factions. Well, it was not the enemy or the friendly. Everyone regarded the Dragon Queen as the enemy of Braavos. This position was clear. The difference was how deeply Braavos should be involved in the Allied army. Braavos, who opposed slavery, must not join the alliance, or they would not be able to explain to the people and slap their ancestors in the face. The founder of Braavos swore that no man, woman, or child of Braavos would ever be a slave, nor could they participate in the slave trade. This was the first law of Braavos, engraved on the arched bridge across the Long Canal. In the council formed by the Magi and the wardens, some radicals believed that the Dragon Queen should be treated as an enemy, supporting all her enemies and opposing all her allies. Even if they did not join the Alliance and the United Nations in name, they should do the same thing as the United Nations, blocking Slaver's Bay and the Dragon Queen's sphere of influence, such as Dragonstone Island. Another group did not object to the radicals' hostile attitude towards the Dragon Queen, but they thought that Braavos did not need to be so obvious. First of all, the Dragon Queen may not be able to pass the Alliance. If the Alliance destroyed Slaver's Bay, even if the Dragon Queen did not die, she would not be able to threaten Braavos' invisible position as the world's overlord. Secondly, the Dragon Queen had only abolished slavery in Slaver's Bay, and had not challenged the throne of the world's overlord. Perhaps she was as stupid as the Targaryens of the past. Even if she had enough power to dominate the world, would she be satisfied as long as she sat on the iron chair? After all, the Dragon Queen did not take the initiative to declare war on Volantis, Queers, Zingis, Lys, and other cities. Instead, it was the slave-trading forces that united against her. Finally, the Dragon Queen had a dragon, and only a dragon could deal with a dragon. The most important thing now was to unite the Volantis people to hatch the dragon and realize the dream of their ancestors for centuries. If Braavos hatched a dragon, not only would it be invincible, but it would also have the opportunity to go one step further, from an invisible overlord to a real overlord. However, the visit of the preparatory White Knight was like a gust of wind that stirred up the lake water, causing the hearts of the members of the council to become restless. Even on the flat ground, great waves were stirred up, not to mention that the Dragon Queen was using all her strength to stomp on their hearts. Do it or not? This was a problem. What was he doing? What else could he do? Of course, it was something that all qualified emperors would do in ancient and modern times. Yes, Xiang Yu did not do it, so he was unlucky. It was precisely because Xiang Yu did not do it and declined that all the emperors of the Celestial Dynasty learned from it and even treated him as a negative example. In this way, they were completely free from the reproach of conscience when they acted. This was the magnanimity of an emperor. They said it as a matter of course. Even the historian and the common people thought so. The people of this world were a little more simple. In more than 8,000 years of history, there was only one rat chef. In other words, they were in the era of etiquette still existed before Song Xianggong, and had not yet evolved into the Guiguzi era. The people of Braavos were very hesitant about whether to do it or not, and the absolute majority of people were inclined to not do it. The Dragon Queen seemed to be much more shrewd. She did not go to the Ocean Palace at all. She could not do it even if she wanted to. The people of Braavos were actually greatly relieved. However, they could not help but feel some regret for missing such a good opportunity. With conflicted feelings, the doctor and the guards followed behind the Sea King fleet and quietly came to the Moon Basin. They did not decide what to do, but only planned to adapt according to the Dragon Queen's ideas. Fatty Bersalo brought them the latest evaluation of the Dragon Queen. A 20-meter-long paddling longboat with a purple hull, a purple wooden building, purple paddles, and purple sails. On the second floor of the ship, a warm and comfortable hall of more than 40 square meters was brightly lit by tallow candle chandeliers. More than 20 middle-aged and elderly people in dark blue, dark purple, brown, black, and other dark clothes sat in a circle, listening to the fatty in the middle of the circle. Unfortunately, she may have a small amount of Targaryen's mad blood, but not Targaryen's foolish blood. She is very ambitious and confident in the power of dragons. It is very likely that she will not be satisfied with only being the queen of Slavers Bay and the Westeros, Bersallo said solemnly. Damn it! A thin-faced doctor lamented. She knows the relationship between the Faceless and Bravos, but she is not as respectful to the House of Black and White as ordinary people. Perhaps it is because she has escaped an assassination, or perhaps she has mastered witchcraft and is confident that she is not afraid of the threat of the Faceless, Bersallo continued. Very bad. A silver-haired, purple-eyed middle-aged man shook his head. His name was Copernicus Arathorn, a Valeglia from Volantis. When Dany Rise was 4 years old, she had followed Sir William Derry to visit Copernicus's father. Dany Rise's identity in Volantis was Layla Arathorn, nominally Copernicus's cousin. However, 12 years ago, the Arathorn family was not prominent and did not have the qualifications to become a doctor or an Iron Vault guard. At least, Copernicus's father was just an ordinary real estate developer in the city, and the whole family relied on a street of shops to make a living. The Faceless that was released by Dany Rise sent a message that the assassination was not a complete failure. At that time, the Dragon Queen was injured, but she used a mysterious witchcraft to turn the tables and seriously injure her, Bersallo explained. So, the news from Volantis is true. She has the complete inheritance of the Great Wizard, and she has more talent than the previous Great Wizards? A doctor asked. A kind person also knows witchcraft. Did you find out her background? A doctor with a walking stick asked. The doctor's position was equivalent to a counterfeit version of the Hand of the King. He did not have as much power as the Hand of the King, but he was also not like the Hand of the King, whose power was completely dependent on the king's trust. He had a bit of the taste of the great Ming dynasty. A kind person could not see through her at all, and only gave an evaluation of illusory, bottomless. Bersallo shook his head. This is troublesome. Everyone sighed. Dany Rise hopes to cooperate with us. In the next 5 years, we will purchase food from the world. Then, Bersallo told them about the purchase of food. Damn, she wants to learn from us. After knowing the news of the deviants, she wants to take advantage of the long night to harvest the world's gold and even world hegemony with food. Immediately, someone reacted and cursed. Maybe. Bersallo smiled in a relaxed tone, this is good news for us. We can make money, and we can also hurt her vitality. That's right. Everyone laughed cheerfully. The doctor's manager laughed for a while, and then said worriedly, deviants are not equal to the long night. Her ambition is destined to fail. But this behavior in itself also shows that she has the heart to dominate the world. A dragon with ambition, this is very worrying. In fact, she has not hidden her ambition for the Free City. Other than finding the Iron Treasury to be the middleman to buy food, she also wants to buy a ship to go to the East Sea and bring the barbarians to the land of strife. Bersallo said with a serious expression. What? She wants to attack Tyrasai and Mill. The doctor's manager exclaimed. Genius, she is indeed a genius. Copernicus had a sudden realization. I was wondering why the Alliance was so eager to make a move. The vanguard had already left Volantis and entered the Valyrian Avenue, heading towards Mataris. She was still wandering around aimlessly. So she was planning to attack the Alliance's home. You are saying that she wants the barbarians to attack the city of Third Daughters to attract the Alliance's main force and relieve the pressure on Slave Bay? A guard asked in shock. Yes. Copernicus said with certainty, think about it, when tens of thousands of barbarians enter the land of strife, what will the city of Third Daughters fleet do? Go home and chase the barbarians away. Everyone was deep in thought. We can't sell her a ship. The doctor's manager said coldly. Bravos is not the only one selling ships. I rejected her and even threatened her, but she was firm. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with this? Bersalo asked. It is not how to deal with this, but how to deal with her. She is now in Bravos, under our bows and swords. She is the source of all trouble, the center of all evil. End her, end the last Targaryen, and the peace of Bravos will be eternal. Copernicus stood up and waved his hands, shouting loudly. Boom! The doctor's manager slammed his walking stick and shouted angrily, No, we have sworn, the Sea King has sworn. Copernicus clenched his teeth and looked at his colleagues around him. He scanned their faces one by one, carefully calculating the number of people who looked at him. 15 professors, 8 guards, plus the key keeper Bezzalo, 24 people. 22 opened their eyes and nodded at me, only 2 closed their eyes. Let's do it. In a flash, Copernicus made a decision. I'm sorry, the future of Bravos cannot be destroyed in the hands of our generation. He unbuttoned his collar to let his rapid breathing become smoother. Clang! Copernicus pulled out the assassin's sword from his waist and pointed it at the doctors and guards. Every word he said burned his heart like charcoal. I'm sorry, I've revolted. Yes, this is a coup. Now, the council will be taken over by me, Copernicus' heir son. Copernicus, what do you want? The doctor's manager asked. I want you to immediately abolish Felico Antarian's position as the Sea King and elect me as the new Sea King. I also want to immediately take over the Sea King's purple sail fleet. I want to end the evil mother of dragons for Bravos. Copernicus was sweating profusely. His cheeks were as red as a steamed crab shell, and he was dizzy. After reading the lines on the script, he seemed to remember something and shouted, Those who are willing to join me, stand up. Immediately, 2 doctors and a guard stood up with complicated expressions and walked behind Copernicus. Thump, thump, thump. Powerful footsteps were heard on the wooden stairs. A group of armored warriors with bows and swords on their waists rushed into the True Dragon Resort one after another amidst the exclamations of the crowd outside the building. After taking down the dozens of dazed assassins on the first floor, they rushed up to the 3rd floor without stopping and surrounded the Dragon Queen, Jero, the Sea King, and the chief swordsman. The warriors were like tree trunks in the forest, and the arrows were as dense as tree branches. The 150-square-meter restaurant that was converted into a conference room was tightly surrounded by 200 soldiers in purple armor and purple capes. God of 1,000 faces, you. The Sea King Felico's lips trembled as he glared at the soldiers in purple. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Your Majesties, this is a coup. Chapter 388. The old Sea King's face was pale as he shouted at the 2 high-ranking officers of the purple-robed army, Cantona, Keen, why are you here? Without my orders, why are the purple-robed army acting on their own? Although the Sea King was chosen, he was not a puppet. The strongest naval force of Bravos, the Purple Sail Fleet, was under the command of the Sea King. The people of Bravos worshipped purple, so the Purple Sail Fleet had deep purple hulls and light purple sails. Even the officers of the fleet wore purple leather armor, plate armor, and capes. Their swords, scabbards, and hilts were all made of red sandalwood. The Purple Sail ships had 2 military forces, the Navy and the Cavalry. The Cavalry was a marine force that was modeled after the heavy armored knights. They could ride horses and kill, as well as fight 1 against 10. They were called the Purple-Robed Army, and were the direct subordinates of the Sea King. They were similar to the Royal Guards and were the most loyal subordinates of the Sea King. Sorry, Your Majesty, Keen with a typical evil face turned his head and sighed, we can't let the Mother of Dragons leave. Let the God of 1,000 faces take you sons of bitches away. The old Sea King who did not believe the God of 1,000 faces cursed. He forced himself to stand in front of the Dragon Queen and shouted, "Who dares to make a move? She is my guest, a guest of Bravos. I made an oath with the keykeeper to ensure her safety during the negotiations. Do you want to ruin the honor of Bravos and the reputation of the Iron Treasury?" Copernicus squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of the Sea King. He said in high spirits, "Brother Felic, you are no longer the Sea King." Copernicus had changed out of the dark blue woolen coat he wore on the purple ship. He was now wearing a silver dragon-winged helmet and silver plate armor. On his chest was a golden glaze inlaid with a roaring titan, the symbol of the Sea King. There was a small silver dragon clasping a cloak made of silver thread on his shoulder. On the cloak, there was a black trapezoidal tower with a silver dragon coiling in the middle. This was the emblem of the Arathorn clan. "Copernicus, it's you." The Sea King was shocked and angry at the same time. He scolded, "You're just a new low-level doctor. Why are you wearing the Sea King's armor? Hee, you still don't understand." Copernicus was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His purple eyes climbed up the blood web that looked like branching branches. He patted his chest and sneered, "You and the Council's appeasement policy towards the Mother of Dragons made some people with lofty ideals very dissatisfied. A group of like-minded companions launched a coup under my call. At this point, we have already taken control of the inactive parliament. Now, we will abolish your identity as the Sea King and return everything to the right track. Are you crazy?" Brother Felic's face was pale and his body was swaying. He shouted in disbelief, "Bravos has been founded for 974 years and has gone through 45 Sea Kings. There has never been a Sea King who came to power through a coup, not even," he said bitterly, "I am the only Sea King who was betrayed by the Purple Robe Army." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Keen's stiff cheeks showed some shame, but he quickly became firm. "All the guilt and shame will be borne by us, even if we will be spit on by future generations for millions of years. But for Bravos, for world peace, for the millions of kind people in the 9 city-states, all of this is worth it. I'm sorry, everyone." Dani supported herself on the table. Her face was pale and she looked disgusted as if she was about to vomit. "I didn't want to disturb your coup. After all, it's a military coup in Bravos. It's rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. But you, ugly man, your words are so disgusting that I can't help but throw up my dinner last night. Dani, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so much." Copernicus turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen and said with a complicated expression, "Although this coup started because of you, don't worry. Come with me to the Sea King Palace. I swear to guarantee your safety." Okay, words are like the wind. These days, swearing is equivalent to fart. Who will believe it? You finish the coup first, then we can talk about our business. Dani leaned back in her chair and said lazily. The Dragon Queen's indifferent attitude made Copernicus and the Purple Shirt Army nervous. Did she have the confidence to escape? In the face of such an inescapable trap, even the gods couldn't escape. Where did her confidence come from? Copernicus looked left and right worriedly, but he didn't find any flaws. He became more and more anxious. "Dani, words are like the wind. They don't seem to have any effect on you." "We can only let the swords." "Shut up," the old Sea King roared. "If you want to touch her, you have to step over my dead body." Keen tried to persuade him, "Your Majesty," the old Sea King Brother Felic interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't call me Your Majesty. I don't have many days left to live. Before the disease takes away my last breath, I can't let you traitors take away my glory." Without hesitation, Copernicus waved his hand and said, "Kill." The Purple Shirt Army hesitated. "Kill him, we are rebels. If we don't kill the previous Sea King, what kind of rebels are we?" Copernicus roared out. "Kill! Kill!" Cantona and Keen saw the determination and will to die in Brother Felic's eyes. They no longer hesitated and shot out arrows while loudly giving orders. So. Over 100 purple armored soldiers shot out their crossbows at the same time. The narrow space was filled with arrows and the candlelight under the chandelier flickered. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The chief swordsman stood in front of the old Sea King to protect him. The thin sword in his hand released a silver sword net that sent 20-30 arrows flying. The rest were stuck in his body and the Sea King behind him was unharmed. The hedgehog-like chief swordsman turned his head and said to the stunned Sea King, "Many apologies, Your Majesty. This minister is incompetent and can't protect." Before she could finish her sentence, Water Dancer's tall body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood then spread across the floor. "You really?" The old Sea King's finger trembled as he looked at Keen, Cantona, and the other familiar faces, finally landing on Copernicus' gloomy face. "Good, very good, I'll wait for you down there." He seemed to have understood something and was finally freed from his confusion. He revealed a smile and turned to look at the expressionless Dragon Queen as he said, "Sorry, I never thought they would be so ruthless. They actually played. Chi." Copernicus' expression changed as he quickly stepped forward and fiercely waved his sword. Chi, the Sea King's bitter smile remained on his face for an eternity before he rose and fell, rolling on the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Chi, the headless corpse was still standing there as the shriveled neck weakly spat out blood mist. The hall was as quiet as a tomb as the air was filled with blood and fear. Huff, huff, huff. The sword just now seemed to have used up all of Copernicus' strength. He leaned on his sword as his face was filled with blood and twisted into an evil spirit. He coldly stared at the stupefied Dragon Queen. "Die here, or follow me to the Sea King Palace." Just like the chief swordsman who had been protecting the Sea King, Jiro Dane immediately pulled down his mask after the incident. He held a sword in his right hand and an oak chair in his left hand as a shield as he stood in front of Danny. Clap, clap, clap. Danny was still sitting on the high-back chair. She gently clapped her hands and praised, "You even killed the Sea King. You have guts, I'm convinced. Jaime Lannister should be laughing out loud right now. Finally, there's someone worse than me." "Humph, the one who killed Brother Felix was you. You and Jiro Dane plotted against His Majesty the Sea King and the chief swordsman Kaluo. You were arrested by me and the two squadron leaders, Cantona and Keen, and imprisoned in the Sea King Palace's dungeon. The 15 assassins downstairs are your accomplices and witnesses to this matter. Furthermore, you have a criminal record. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that you violated the rights of the guests in the old town, burned the city of learning, and slaughtered the scholars. The 9 free trade city-states, the cities of the Jade Sea, the Westeros, and even the entire world will believe us." Copernicus laughed sinisterly. Clap, clap, clap. Danny gently clapped her hands again and nodded, "Brilliant. A very brilliant method. However, I have a question. When you started the coup, did you have the support of the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury? After taking you down, I will convince them." Copernicus licked his lips and said confidently. "Sigh, why do I always meet traitors and traitors? Have I been eliminated by the new era and become the conservative Duke Song?" Danny looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "Who is Duke Song?" Copernicus asked blankly. "Duke Song Xianggong." "Who?" "Forget it." Copernicus shook his head and said in a taunting voice, "You like to mess with people you shouldn't mess with and you like to put yourself in danger. Who can you blame for this kind of thing?" Danny's face turned dark as she shouted, "Jia Luo, let's go. Wa Hong Long." Before Copernicus and the 200 purple-robed soldiers could react, the wooden floor under the Dragon Queen suddenly cracked open. The Dragon Queen, who was sitting on the chair, and Gerald Dane, who was standing beside her, fell down. "There's a tunnel." Copernicus cried out in shock. The experienced Keen and Cantona were shocked, but they didn't panic. They immediately ran to the tunnel and after taking a look, Keen urged, "Someone, go down," immediately jumped down. Dong, dong. The purple-robed soldiers were well trained. Immediately, 4-5 soldiers pulled out their daggers and slid down the tunnel. The sound of metal colliding with the tunnel below was heard. "I'll go too." Keen's heart was uneasy. Seeing that there was a little brother exploring the way, he also jumped down and entered a dark and narrow tunnel. It seemed to be a slide made of copper that slid down a slope. After 4-5 meters, it turned into a corner. It was a brick tunnel that had the smell of rotting vegetables and water. It fell down vertically. Putong, putong, putong. A cold and dark pool. No, Keen recalled the terrain of the Green Eel Inn. The north side was a river. This was the canal that ran through Bravos. The copper slide just now was connected to the garbage channel of the inn. Thinking of this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. There were several warships on the canal, all of them were their people. They surrounded the Green Eel Inn tightly, making it hard for the other side to escape. Hua la la. The river suddenly stirred up, as if a whale was swimming through the river. What was that? Keen gave up the idea of floating to the surface. Instead, he dived deeper into the river and swam in the direction of the current. Because he suspected that the abnormality at the bottom of the river was related to the Dragon Queen. He couldn't let her escape. The cold river water seemed to have become warm. While Keen was surprised, a grenade exploded at the bottom of the river in front of him. He didn't know what a grenade was. Hong. Scarlet-red dragon flames boiled the river water and large amounts of steam mixed with the red flames shot up. The river water mixed with the high-temperature steam sucked Keen into it. Just like in the market, a live chicken was thrown into a machine filled with boiling water. Pressing the switch, it wildly stirred. Suddenly, Keen turned from a live chicken to a dead chicken without feathers. He went with the flow, becoming one of the thousands of floating corpses. Chapter 389. Moon Pond. Inside the purple boat, there were 15 professors and 9 guards of the Iron Vault, including the fat Bersalo. They were still sitting in a circle, but their posture had changed. 3 of them were still sitting on chairs facing the center of the circle. But the other 21 people, including the head of the professors, turned their chairs around, facing the window with their backs facing the center of the circle. At the same time, they covered their faces with a veil. That was not a shroud to cover the bodies, they were not dead. They were just using this method to protest against the rebel army led by Copernicus, which violated the sacred oath. What took you so long? The veil on the professor's face floated up a few times due to his breathing. His anxious voice came from below. You know, Brother Felic, His Majesty must die tonight, and the Purple Army will not be able to do anything to him. A professor who was also wearing a veil sighed. Will there be any accidents? Although Dani Reese is reckless, she has turned misfortunes into blessings time and time again. Even the assassination of the City of Knowledge could not take her life, maybe, sigh. The professor said worriedly. Bersalo pondered for a moment, his breath blew the veil on his face and said, the last time the City of Knowledge was too careless. They thought that the poison and the arrows in the next room could solve the problem, so they only arranged a team of 10 to guard the door. Who would have thought that Baristan had tile steel armor and rushed out while carrying Dani Reese? We learned our lesson this time and sent 200 elites, all armed with crossbows. Even if Dani Reese and Gerald Dane were both wearing tile steel armor, even if Gerald Dane had his uncle Arthur Dane's sword skills, he would still die. It's best not to kill her. A guard hurriedly said, we need her secrets, the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia, the secrets of dragon hatching, the skills of dragon taming, and even indirectly controlling her 4 dragons. 4 dragons, with them, Bravos can rule the world, not financial rule, but a real throne. He emphasized. Don't worry, Copernicus understands the importance, he will try his best to capture Danny Reese. Bersalo said. I'm not worried about failure, the worst-case scenario is that the woman will resist, and then Copernicus will kill her directly. Then, the Megalosaurus would come for revenge. We have the Dragon Slayer crossbow. It's not a bad idea to be a dragon slayer. The key point is that she did not go to the Ocean Palace as planned. Instead, she publicized our oath to negotiate with her. How will the citizens and the world view us? A doctor said. The doctor's director pondered and said, it's still Anne's original plan. Copernicus, Busby, Charlton, and John will form a temporary parliament and bear all the responsibility for the coup. He also wants to spread the news that Dragon Queen killed Brother Felic, the Sea King. He also wants everyone to understand that Dragon Queen is a threat to world peace. Well, Busby, Charlton, and Johansson did not cover their faces with veils, nor did they sit with their backs turned. Like Copernicus, they had betrayed the council. Now that they heard the chief stewards say that they had to take full responsibility, their originally pale faces became even more ashen. Their mouths opened and closed a few times, but not a single word of rebuttal came out. This was a predetermined script. Since they had accepted the roles that they had been given, they had to complete the plot. Otherwise, the director and the audience would not be satisfied. What if you fail? Bersalo suddenly asked. How can we fail? Everyone said together. They were in a hurry and scrambled to say it, as if failure would really find them if they spoke slowly. I have a bad feeling. That woman is not stupid. After the lesson in the City of Knowledge, she should not personally take the risk again. Bersalo sighed. How did she deal with the City of Knowledge? The doctor's director smiled strangely. She burned the City of Knowledge. A doctor with a shoehorn face said. No, the City of Knowledge's director's office was the main battlefield, but the damage was not serious. Also, not many scholars died. Only a dozen or so scholars and apprentices died in an accident. Hyder's Tower of Babel was undamaged. Moreover, she did not kill Stannis. The doctor's director laughed in a deep voice. What do you mean? The shoehorn face was puzzled. The scholars and Hyder were involved in the change in the City of Knowledge. If Danny Rhys was replaced by any other Targaryen, the City of Knowledge, Hyder, and the Old Town would not have survived. They would have been burned to ashes by the Megalosaurus. As long as the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests, even if the mystic dragon burned all 200,000 people in the Old Town to death, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would not say that the Targaryens were cruel. They would only blame the Old Town for its crimes. However, Danny Rhys almost let her mortal enemy go for nothing. There is also Stannis and Jon Snow on the Great Wall. They have an irreconcilable blood feud with the Targaryens. She only needed to ride the dragon down and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames to resolve any grudges. However, she still did not make a move. What does this mean? She is stupid. The shoehorn face said. Perhaps, but it is more likely that she has awakened the Targaryen's sacred blood. The doctor said. Sacred blood? I only know that the Targaryens have mad blood and foolish blood. Why is there an additional sacred blood? The shoehorn face was so shocked that the scarf on his face almost fell off. Have you forgotten about Saint Baylor? Saint Baylor. Bersalo muttered softly. After a while, he said in shock, could it be that Danny Rhys is the same as Saint Baylor, a devout believer of the seven gods? She wants to use love to influence the enemy. The muscles on his face contorted as he said with great difficulty. Strictly speaking, it is love and faith. A shrewd look flashed across the doctor's eyes. He said confidently and proudly, there is a saying in the Westeros. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will flip a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. Which side of the coin do you think Danny Rhys belongs to? Sir, I have to say that I have never thought that Saint Baylor is great. If madness is like a coin with two sides and two forms of expression, then Saint Baylor and Eris are two different sides of the coin. There is no difference in essence. They both belong to the Mad King coin. The shoehorn face twitched as he expressed his disagreement. You are right. The doctor nodded in agreement. In order to hatch the dragon, I have studied the Targaryens for more than 30 years. In the end, I discovered one thing. Their bloodline is engraved with a madness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The so-called sacred blood and foolish blood are the children of the mad blood. With the mad blood, they have evolved all kinds of strange personalities. However, we do not need to understand how the mad blood evolved. After all, we are ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand lunatics? We only need to understand that Dany Rise also has the mad sacred blood similar to Saint Baylor. This explains all of her actions in the Westeros. Oh, I have also studied her actions in the Westeros. It is difficult to understand. The change in the City of Learning, the wandering of the river, the expedition to the Great Wall, the duel with the deviant ghosts. She does not have the temperament of a king, nor is she decisive in killing. If it was me, I would have attacked the King's Landing, burned the Red Keep, killed Lannister, and then attacked the Eyrie to kill Aaron's seed. Then, I would have killed Stannis anyway. If I met him, I would have killed him with a mouthful of dragon flame and left him for winter. Sigh, now I understand. She is like the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods. She seems to have the Holy Mother Dany disease of insanity. Bersallo said in realization. When she dealt with the Gith in Slaver's Bay, she was ruthless. None of the virtuous, great, and good lords who fell into her hands survived. What do you mean? The shoehorn face said. The doctor said, she does have the mad sacred blood, but the mad sacred blood does not mean that she is stupid. Just like Saint Baylor, he is not stupid. If she did not kill those great slave masters, how would she anger the people? How would she control the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay? Just like now, isn't she also preparing to buy a large amount of food in an attempt to make a fortune in the long night? Sigh, the mad blood of the Targaryen family is so changeable, yet Sir Steward was able to study it so thoroughly. Admirable, admirable. The shoehorn face sighed in admiration. Otherwise why would I be the steward and you are just an ordinary doctor? The doctor nodded proudly and said, so, do you understand? Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, that woman. Sigh, she escapes again. We do not have to be too worried. After all, this is a coup. The Sea King sacrificed his life for her, and the council is also imprisoned by the rebels. How innocent are we? How innocent is Braavos? Even Holy Dany could let go of the City of Knowledge and Theon Byra. Why would she target us who are innocent? Then, what about us? Busby, who was not wearing a veil, could not help but ask. Busby, don't you have any self-awareness? Before the steward could speak, another guard shouted, if you are not willing to sacrifice for Braavos, why did you apply to become a doctor? Why did you join the council? Busby's expression was contorted. Countless MMP floated in his heart. The doctor's steward comforted him, don't worry, I am just taking every conceivable possibility into consideration. I will not really let her escape, the Dragon Queen has escaped. Don't let the Dragon Queen escape. A commotion suddenly came from the other side of the moon pond. The information in the words shocked everyone on the ship. I will go and take a look. Fatty Bersallo lifted the veil covering his face and ran to the side of the ship. He was as agile as a skinny monkey. Rumble. A thunder-like sound came from the faraway canal. The bottom of the river was bright red, as if 1,000,000 candles had sunk into the water. The river water was like boiling water in a pot. White steam covered the surface of the river as it splashed 7 to 8 meters away. One could clearly see a bright red pillar of fire amidst the steam and splashing river water. It was like a sword or a blade. It was 10 meters long and pierced the sky from the bottom of the river. The river god wielded the flaming devil blade and slashed across the surface of the river. Water splashed everywhere, steam boiled, and cries shook the heavens. Rumble. Another Galen warship with a purple sail and a purple shell flew into the air as the flaming sword pierced through it. The flaming devil blade slashed across the bottom of the ship like a welding torch slashing through a thin steel plate. The blade parted in the middle. Goodbye. The ship that was sliced in half was set ablaze. The sailors who fell into the water were hit by steam, boiling water, or the flaming sword. Their cries were as shrill as ghosts. The people on the shore who were watching the Dragon Queen ran and shouted. However, they could not stop the devil god's devil blade from advancing. Forward. Rumble. The fourth warship was parted in the middle by the blade. The hull was sliced in half. That was right. This was the fourth ship. The speed of the devil blade at the bottom of the river was shocking. It split a warship with one slash. After the slash, the flaming sword disappeared for a moment. Then, it lit up at the bottom of the next warship, rose, pierced, and parted in the middle. Devil. Devil dragon. Bersalo's teeth chattered. The devil dragon is at the bottom of the river. The devil dragon is here. Fatty shouted crazily when he saw the red light at the bottom of the river moving swiftly toward them. Chapter 390. What's going on? The commotion on the river outside was getting louder and louder. The professors and guards in the purple boat could not sit still anymore. One by one, they rushed out of the cabin hall. Oh my God! The professor's face was contorted as he said in fear, a fire-breathing sea monster rushed into the river and into the canal? What sea monster? It's the devil dragon. It's the devil dragon. Bersalo shouted as he stomped his feet. The devil dragon. Why did it dive into the water? Everyone was shocked. Legend has it that the devil dragon will dive into the sea to catch sea monsters and devour them. So it's true. The professor recalled the books he read about Valeglia and his face turned pale. Is Dani Rise dead? She should be dead. The devil dragon will only take revenge on us if she's dead. Johansson asked anxiously. If she was not dead, the rebels would become scapegoats and die. He did not want to die. Maybe. While Bersalo was hesitating, the boat suddenly shook a few times. A silent undercurrent rippled on the calm moon pond. Oh no, the devil dragon is here. Run, run. With a roar, Fatty transformed into Bolt and rushed to the side of the boat near the dock. He jumped down like Mangzatsi. His body was twice the size of a normal person, but he was as agile as a fat toad with a big belly in the water. Run, run. Bersalo did not forget about his companions. He turned around and shouted as he paddled. The professors and guards on the side of the boat were stunned. They did not know what was going on. In just a few minutes, more than 10 purple sail warships on the river were cut in half and burned on the river. Bersalo suddenly realized that the Dragon Queen knew about the purple boat. She knew that the counselor was on the purple boat in the moon pond. Before he left, he told the Sea King personally. She must have heard it too. Damn it. Boom splash. While he was thinking, a water column exploded on the side of the purple ship. The 20-meter-long ship started to shake violently like a fallen leaf in a bucket. The falling water was like a heavy downpour, drenching more than 20 Bravo's bigwigs on the side of the ship. Hiss! In the middle of the water, a ferocious black dragon head roared at the sky. It was filled with anger and cruelty. Mo. Dragon. Bersalo shuddered violently and changed from paddling to diving. He lowered his head and disappeared into the water. There were no more splashes or sounds of water. Traitor! The devil dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a hoarse and deep voice. It was as cold as the 9 nether abyss and as rough as glass shards being crushed by a stone roller. Like a typhoon, the bamboo curtains and veils on the cruise ship were rustling. But what made the people of Bravos even more frightened was that the mystic dragon was speaking. They understood that the devil dragon was talking to them. The demonic dragon spoke. The water dripping from his hair slid down his cheeks, but the doctor didn't notice it at all. He turned his head and looked around in confusion, hoping that his companions could tell him if he was hallucinating. This doesn't make sense. This isn't magic. I've never heard of a demonic dragon being so cunning. It hid in the river and burned the boat. How could it accurately find us, and it can even speak? Shoehorn Face frantically kowtowed to the ground, as if trying to wake himself up from his sleep. It was indeed unscientific that Blackie could speak, but it was very magical. On the day of the devouring rat chef's divinity, Blackie could use words to convey information. But its words were very strange. It was like a foreigner could speak. The Chinese who had never learned a foreign language couldn't understand it at all. But the Chinese didn't understand foreign languages, and they couldn't say that foreigners were learning to bray like donkeys, right? Blackie was in such a situation. It spoke the ancient language of the last era, source language, the language of the children of the forest and the ravens. That's right, the ravens used by the people of this world to send messages, the big black ravens, were also intelligent creatures, magical beasts. But no one knew that the ravens could speak, or that the ravens' screams were in source language. Other than the children of the forest, humans couldn't understand it at all. Not only couldn't they understand it, but human vocal cords also couldn't support the pronunciation of source language. No human had ever spoken source language. Danny couldn't understand it either, but the dragon spirit state was very special. She didn't understand the sound, but she understood the meaning. Source language was also called the language of the earth. In the last era before the long night, the children of the forest used this language for millions of years. It wasn't just the children of the forest. Most intelligent creatures with spirituality could speak source language. With the long night as a symbol, before the first long night was the ancient era. Many divine creatures were born, including gods, children of the forest, and dragons. There were even gods who established kingdoms, such as the Dawn Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Land. The first Dawn Kingdom's emperor, the Sky Emperor, was the only son of the god, the Night Lion, Death, and the Lady of Light, the Light King before Lalo. As the son of the god, the Sky Emperor lived for more than 10,000 years. It was said that he ascended to the astral plane, or perhaps died. The Pearl Emperor, the Sky Emperor's son, only lived for 1,000 years. After that, the god's blood became thinner and thinner, and the Dawn Kingdom's emperor's lifespan became shorter and shorter. But no matter how short it was still longer than the people of today. In addition to the Dawn Kingdom of the Barren Land, the Thunder Island also established a divine kingdom. The Thunder Island Queen was the same as the Dawn Kingdom's emperor, a descendant of the gods. Even the Dothraki Plains wasn't the true homeland of the centaurs. A long time ago, the Dothraki Sea was a true inland sea, a vast silver sea. There was a legendary kingdom of the Fisher Queen, related to the Anami or the mother of the Lone River. As for the Westeros, needless to say, that was the world of the children of the forest and the old gods. At that time, the giants and centaurs all had their own kingdoms. In addition to these ancient kingdoms with names and histories, there were also countless small kingdoms established by the descendants of gods and demigods. The first era was the golden age of the world of ice and fire. The first long night was like the twilight of the gods. It destroyed all the kingdoms of the gods. The Dawn Kingdom, the Fisher Kingdom, and the children of the forest all disappeared during that period. After the long night, the second era began. It could be called the Silver Era. Well, at least it was worthy of the name, Silver Era. When Valeglia was destroyed, the Megalosaurus became extinct, and the magic power faded. It became the Age of Scrap Metal. The protagonists of the Second Era were humans, belonging to Valeglia. The gods were hidden, and humans officially stepped onto the stage. The dragon and magic civilization created by the people of Valeglia almost surpassed the gods and the First Era. But Dani was born at the end of the Second Era, an era when the Great Calamity was about to occur. The Third Era would be started by her generation. They would either take the path of technology, steampunk, or continue on the old path of magic, a more systematic and advanced magic civilization. Or, they would combine magic and both. Or, the world would end in the long night, and there would be no Third Era. Alright, I digressed. Before the long night, Blackie's dragon egg belonged to the life of the previous era. It was only at the end of the Second Era that it was hatched by Dani. If not for the fact that the era was different and the world's laws had changed, it should have been able to speak the source language the moment it was born. The source language was like an instinct, engraved in the bloodline of the ancient Megalosaurus. Until the time with the rat chef, when the growing divine power finally broke through the restraints of the rules, the black dragon could speak again. Stumbling, he could only say the word, Dani. Yep, Blackie could only call Dani by her name now. Although it broke the rules and could speak the human language, it did not inherit the ability of the source language from its bloodline. Its dragon egg had been completely petrified, and its current physical body was reforged by Dani with flames. Dani should find a child of the forest for it to be its teacher. But at this time, she did not know that there was such a language as source language in the world. She thought that Blackie was speaking the dragon language. At first, she was excited and prepared to learn the dragon language that was more fundamental and could communicate with the Sea of Magic from Blackie. Who knew that half a month had passed since they returned to Slave Bay from the Long Night Fortress, and Blackie could only call her Dani. This made Dani furious. I didn't expect you to be so stupid, Blackie. To think that I kept boasting about you as a top student in the rocket class. But a good teacher should not be left out. She could not give up on Blackie just because he became a bad student. Dani began to teach him the common language and Valeglia. Finally, it could speak. Since it could not speak the dragon language, it could learn the human language. Crows could also speak the human language. Megalosaurus could not be worse than ravens, right? It turned out that the reason why Blackie was regarded as a top student by Dani when it was young was really because Megalosaurus are stupid. It was set off by Little White and Little Green, two more stupid dragons. Compared to humans, Megalosaurus learned languages too slowly. Blackie could only remember 1 or 2 words a day when it was taught in the dragon spirit state, and then it would forget them the next day. In fact, Dani really misunderstood Blackie. Blackie was not stupid at all. Instead, after obtaining divinity, it had the potential to surpass human wisdom. But it was only 2 years old. With the lifespan of Megalosaurus at least 200 years, it was still decades away from adulthood. When Dani was 1 or 2 years old, she was not as smart as it was. Although Blackie did not have the wisdom to speak at this time, it could let Dani use its mouth to speak. In the past, when the main soul and the big black dragon spirit were together, she could only passively accept the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. For example, she could borrow its ears to hear, borrow its eyes to see, and borrow its nose to smell. But she could not directly control its limbs. Now, with the complete Green Prophet meditation ring and the second soul, Dani had evolved. With the second soul and the big black dragon spirit, she could control the movements of the Megalosaurus to a limited extent. For example, at this time, in the dragon spirit state, Dani used Blackie's voice to speak. How ignorant you mortals are. Dani's version of Blackie shook its big head, broke the wooden wall with its wings, and squeezed its upper body into the cabin. The huge paddling boat was obviously tilted. One side was tilted up, and the other side was sinking. The chairs, tables, and even the people of Bravos lying on the floor were slowly sliding to the side where the black dragon was crawling. Crash, ping ping bang bang. The sound of porcelain bottles and teacups breaking could be heard. But everyone's mind was already controlled by the mystic dragon, and they could not perceive the situation around them. Demon dragon, I have something to say. The head doctor hugged one of the pillars and cried out in pain. No need to quibble. I am the dragon god, omniscient and omnipotent. Accept the divine punishment of justice. Danny roared through Blackie's mouth. The megalosaurus had a large lung capacity, and the sound wave mixed with the smell of sulfur was like a gust of wind, messing up the wet hair of the doctor. Everyone could not help but squint and groan. Blackie's thunderous voice was like the waves, spreading hundreds of meters away. Not to mention the doctors and guards on the boat, even the onlookers and soldiers near the shore were shocked. I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. The doctor's face was pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits by the majestic dragon roar. Could it be that Danny Lilith's megalosaurus had really become a god? Otherwise, how could it speak? Chapter 391. I am innocent. I was coerced by the rebel army. The head of the academicians wailed. Dragon god above, have mercy, have mercy. Please mercy. No mere sigh. Danny controlled Blackie's throat and used Smog's tone. She dragged out his voice and spoke in a low and evil tone. Yes, his ferocious dragon face even revealed a smile that sent chills down one's spine. It was said that at the moment before death, time would slow down extremely and one would recall their past life in an instant. The head of the academicians did notice that time had slowed down. He could clearly see streaks of red light gathering at the entrance of the Megalosaurus roar tunnel. They condensed into form and the dragon flame was spiraling towards him in a cone shape. But in this long time, there were no images of his past life flashing through his mind. There was only one thought that haunted him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should never have used the thinking of a normal person to predict the actions of Danny Rise, who had awakened the mad blood. She might have treated the City of Knowledge and Mother Thean Bella, but she might not treat the Mother of Bravos because she had the mad blood. Those whose actions are unpredictable are considered mad. I have studied the history of Targaryen and dragons for 30 years. I am definitely a world-class Targaryen expert. To think that I would make such a mistake. Boom, the scorching dragon flame was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It instantly filled the large cabin and burned more than 20 struggling academicians and guards into boiling oil. SSSS, Blackie roared towards the sky. Before the archers on the pier could get into formation, it pushed the burning purple ship away with its wing joints. Its body leaned back and crashed into the moon pond. The lake-sized moon pond rippled. An undercurrent rushed towards the downstream of the flooded town. The spire of the tower and the roof in the northwest direction had ripples. Demon dragon is in the moon pond. Release the arrows. Quick, quick. Archers, shoot it dead. At this moment, Fatty Bersallo had already struggled to climb up to the pier. As he ran for his life, he waved his arms and shouted at the archers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of archers rained arrows on the moon pond's surface and shot into the purple ship that was engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, Dahe had swum out of the estuary and entered the bay. A quarter of an hour later, he jumped out of the sea under the cover of the night and returned to the sky above the Green Eel Inn. At this moment, more than a dozen blazing warships were floating in the canal beside the moon pond. The sky was dyed red, and the small square beside the dock was in a state of chaos. Cries and shouts shook the heavens. The purple-robed army also pushed the dragon-slaying crossbows and barged into the nearby hotels and inns. They occupied the advantageous terrain and set up a defensive line. The soldiers were shouting anxiously, and the shop assistants and merchants were cursing. It was a mess. In fact, when Copernicus led the hundreds of Purple Robe Army soldiers into the villa, the spectators outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The prediction melon was too big for him to handle, so he prepared to flee back home to seek refuge. The scene of the purple sail fleet being cut up and set ablaze by the flaming demonic sabers also proved their conjecture. However, it was impossible for the Purple Shirt Army to crowd the streets without any defense against the Megalosaurus. As a result, a large number of tourists, merchants, and residents were driven out of their houses, causing the situation on the streets to become even more chaotic. Just as the Purple Shirt Army was busy setting up a formation and the ordinary people were fleeing in all directions, Blackie arrived. However, Blackie did not dive down to spit out dragon flames as the Purple Shirt Army had expected. He was afraid of arrows. Since he could not spit out dragon flames, he could only attack with his mouth. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar was the opening speech. In an instant, the noise within a radius of a few kilometers seemed to have been paused. The millions of Bravosi people, outsiders, and merchants below were all silent as they stared blankly at the sky. The black dragon was flying at a height of about 500 meters. Under the deep night sky, they could not see it. However, Blackie's nostrils and throat seemed to be on fire. From time to time, he would spit out a string of flames, illuminating the nearby sky and his huge body. I am, the eldest son of Dragon Mother Dani Rise, the Black Abyss, Big Black. Blackie's deep and rough voice echoed in the night sky, drifting with the wind within a few kilometers. Not to mention half of the city, at least the residents of Flooded Town could hear it. Then, they began to tremble. The demonic dragon could speak. I am, the guardian of justice, the spirit of the sky, the dawn of dawn. However, this was my previous identity. Now, everything has changed. The despicable people of Bravosi betrayed the sacred oath, violated the rights of the guests, and attempted to murder Queen Dani Rise, the princess of Dragonstone Island born of the storm, the great torchbearer of freedom, the queen of Slavers Bay, the Calixi of the great grassland, and also my mother. At this point, his tone had changed. Previously, he was only majestic and domineering. Now, he had become sinister, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was as if every word from his mouth carried the most vicious curse, causing the listeners to lose their courage and their souls to fall into purgatory. Because of the sins of the people of Bravosi, at this time, here, I will become the wings of death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, undefeatable. Today, I am the great cataclysm. Roar, the dragon flames burned the clouds like fire, igniting the sky above Flooded Town. Then, the black dragon flew away. He left. Big Black, the wings of death, left. By the canal, half of Arya's body was soaked in the cold water. Oh, right now, she was not Arya, but Cat. After meeting the mother of dragons, she did not even leave the garden before breaking up with her master and senior sister. After leaving the true dragon garden through the back door, she became the fishmonger's helper again. Cat. Yes, the kind person let the faceless trainee develop the idea that the Dragon Queen is Stark's mortal enemy, and then let her go. An enemy like the Dragon Queen was too scary, the trainee had to seize the time to improve her cultivation. Cat, where did you go? And, why are you standing in the canal? Fishmonger Brusco roared from the boat. Brusco was a fisherman nearby, and also Cat's current boss. He had 2 daughters and 3 sons. I went to the Green Eel Inn to see the Dragon Queen. Cat opened her eyes wide and looked around in the sky. I was worried that the mystic dragon would come down and burn the city, didn't you hear? He is now the wings of death, the great cataclysm, the terminator of all things. I was afraid of being killed by the mystic dragon, so it was safer to stand by the river. Dad, let's go down too, the wings of death sounds scary, the skinny sister Tilia said with a sobbing tone. It's just as safe on the boat. If the mystic dragon comes, jump into the river, her brother said. The mystic dragon can dive. Did you see what happened to the Sea King's purple sail fleet? The mystic dragon breathed fire from the bottom of the river and burned them in half. The river is shallow, the mystic dragon can't swim over, Kat said proudly. That makes sense. Brusco quickly rowed the small wooden boat to the shore, and when he was about to jump into the river, he suddenly said, "There's no need to stand in the water, it's too cold, wait for the mystic dragon to come." Ugh! Kitty looked down at her wet gray linen clothes and shuddered. She felt that she was an idiot. He reached out and pulled Kat onto the boat, and her sister Bria handed her a blanket, and said in surprise, "I never knew that the mystic dragon could talk, the stories were all lies." Kat wrapped herself in the blanket, and said doubtfully, "The Megalosaurus can't talk, the dragons of Valeglia, and the dragons of the Targaryen family can't talk either." "But you heard it, the Wings of Death, what a scary name," Tilia said in fear. "Sigh, the mystic dragon is already scary, being able to talk only makes him scarier. But now, the scariest thing is not the mystic dragon, nor is it the dragon queen, but the Sea King and those purple shirts. What did they do?" Brusco said with an unpleasant expression. "Dad, did the Sea King really go back on his sacred oath and violate the guests' rights?" Bria said with a trembling voice. "The mystic dragon can lie." Brusco stared at his eldest daughter. The old fisherman expressed the general opinion of the people of Bravos, the mystic dragon must be telling the truth. "Ugh, this is the first time I've seen the mystic dragon in my life, and it's also the first time I've heard the mystic dragon speak. I don't know if he's lying," Bria mumbled. Then, she said thoughtfully, "But, from his tone, domineering, cruel, and terrifying, he doesn't seem like a liar." "Ugh, dragon." "Yes." Kat nodded. She also felt that the mystic dragon, who was so powerful, would not lie. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes 200 purple shirts rushing into the inn, and then the mystic dragon began to burn the fleet in anger. More importantly, Kat participated in the negotiation process, and knew that the Dragon Queen had reached an agreement with the Black White House, which meant that she was sincere in negotiating with the people of Bravos. So, what the mystic dragon said was true, and the people of Bravos violated the sacred oath and the guests' rights. Kat's gray eyes flashed with disgust, and she could not help but think of another person who violated the guests' rights, Wald Fry. Thinking of this, Kat began to have a strange sense of identity with the Dragon Queen, and her hostility was not so strong. She even began to wonder if she should eliminate Stark's enemies after learning the faceless skills. Ugh, at this time, Dany was honored to be on Arya's assassination list. It was the name that she would mutter every night before she went to bed. Arya called it the night prayer, and every time she finished it, she would add a sentence at the end, "All mortals have to die." Dragon Queen Dany Liz was just added, and she did not sleep tonight, so she did not have time to curse. The mystic dragon flew away, and he didn't destroy Bravos. Brusco stood on the bow, tiptoed, and looked around, but there was no trace of the mystic dragon in the night sky. Toot, 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 suddenly, the sound of a short horn came from the entrance of the canal, completely conveying the anxious mood of the person who blew it. What does this mean? Brusco was puzzled. Bravos was a water city, and the canal from the southern continent ran through the whole city. But in addition to the canal, the city was also scattered with channels like a spider's web. Brusco steered the boat and hid in the narrow channel on the other side of the flooded town, which was separated from the canal by a town. After a while, the Purple Shirt Army rode along the stone path on the shore, and as they ran, they shouted, "The Sea King has ordered all fishermen of Bravos to bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately. Remember, bring more fishing nets to the Purple Harbor. Those who disobey will be punished with 20 lashes, and those who complete the mission will be rewarded with 10 silver coins." Why should I bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor? Brusco was confused. Dang, dang, dang. Soon, the sound of a gong came from the channel. Then, the voice of the mayor of the flooded town was heard, "All registered fishermen of the flooded town, bring all your fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately, and rescue the Purple Harbor." Chapter 392. In flooded town, 70 to 80 small wooden boats gathered at the seabird pier at the corner of the canal. In the dark moonless night, a group of fishermen hung fishing lanterns from the poles at the bow of the boats. In the vast night, the lanterns glowed faintly like fireflies. The cold wind of early winter blew, creating layers of waves on the surface of the river. The faint light from the lanterns spread out on the surface of the water, as if countless stars were reflected on it. John, Jack, Ross, Brusco, on the pier, a loud tax official stood on a stool and read out a series of names loudly. Most of the time, every time a name was read, someone below would raise their hand in response. If the person did not arrive, the tax official would also use a pen to mark the name on the register. Finally, the loud man waved a stack of parchment papers in his hand and shouted at the brightly lit river, "You are all registered fishermen. Go to Purple Harbor immediately and bring all your fishing nets." "Syndicate, what are we going to Purple Harbor for? Tell us clearly." Brusco stood at the bow of the boat and shouted. "Yes, yes. If you don't say anything, what are we going to do there?" "We don't know at all." The fishermen who were called out all agreed. These fishermen, like Brusco, lived in flooded town and made a living by catching fish in the canal. "Sigh, you saw it earlier, right? 2 devil dragons dived into the water and burned all 15 purple sail ships in the canal. Just the number of casualties is over 500. The loud syndicate sighed. Then why did the Sea King violate the sacred oath? In the next few thousand years, Brother Felix, the Sea King will be as famous as the Rat Chef. Even I feel embarrassed for that old man." Some fishermen were very dissatisfied and actually called the Sea King Old Man. How can a small fisherman like Ross interfere in the government's affairs? Syndicate reprimanded angrily. "All mortals will die. I'm not even afraid of death. What can the government do to me?" A small old man with disheveled hair in ragged hemp clothes said stiffly with his neck straightened. Hearing that all mortals will die, the angry tax official who was about to teach the unruly commoner a lesson immediately shrank back. "Fuck, that old bastard Ross is actually related to the Black-White Academy. I can't afford to offend him. I have to remember this in the future." With that thought in mind, Syndicate raised his voice and spoke in a loud yet gentle tone, "The mystic dragon is burning the Purple Harbor. He has already burned 70 to 80 ships. Other than the warships, there are also large ships. Many of the ships were filled with goods. It was too tragic. No matter what the Sea King did, we can discuss it tomorrow. The most important thing now is to stop the mystic dragon and help Bravos reduce their losses. It's just like in the early years of the Qing dynasty, if you shout in front of the Jianghu people, 'Father of Heaven and Mother of Earth, fight the Qing and restore the Ming,' everyone will know that you're a member of the Heaven and Earth Association. If you bare your forehead, put your palms together, and say, 'Amitba,' your neighbors will think you're a monk. If you shout, 'Oh my God,' or 'Jesus,' and then cross your chest, everyone will think you're a Christian. All mortals have to die," had a similar effect. At the very least, this person believed in the God of Thousand Faces and had dealt with the priests of the Black and White House. As for Purple Harbor, there were 3 major docks in Bravos: the Square Dock, the Purple Harbor, and the Old Clothier's Dock. The Square Dock was a customs dock located behind the munitions factory. All the ships entering and leaving Bravos had to dock there for the Sea King's customs officers to board and inspect the cargo. The Old Clothier's Dock was in the southwest of the city. It was simple, crude, dirty, and messy. It was a dock specially for foreign merchants. The Purple Harbor was located in the north of Bravos, under the dome of the Sea King's palace. Only the natives of Bravos could use it. The mystic dragon went to the Purple Harbor. The fishermen were shocked at first, but then they felt that it was only natural. The mystic dragon had said before that he would transform into the wings of death and bring a catastrophe to Bravos. The flooded town was definitely not as valuable as the Purple Harbor. The Purple Harbor has been set ablaze by the mystic flame. The sea is burning. The mystic dragon is very vicious. He specifically targeted large ships and warships. Ships with a capacity of more than 800 tons, the invincible Purple Sail Fleet, are almost completely destroyed. As Syndicate spoke, his voice choked and tears flowed down his cheeks. Hearing that the Purple Harbor had suffered such a huge loss, the fishermen who were originally dissatisfied with the Sea King's betrayal of his oath fell silent with worry. No matter how shameless the Sea King and his family were, they were still their king and country. No matter how reasonable the Dragon Queen and the Mystic Dragon were, the target of their revenge was still their own family. Roth rubbed his messy white hair and sighed helplessly. He asked, "What's the use of fishing nets?" "You can cast layers of fishing nets near the dock or warships to stop the Mystic Dragon from approaching," Syndicate quickly said. "That can't be, right? The Mystic Dragon is ferocious. It can spit fire and dive. Our fishing nets are not prepared to catch large sea fish. If they can't even catch whales, how can they stop the Mystic Dragon that is 10 times stronger than whales?" Brusk doubted. "Of course they can't stop it. But if there are enough of them, they can wrap around its wings, neck, and legs, at least for a moment. Then, while the Mystic Dragon is struggling, our warships will approach and kill it with the Dragon Slayer crossbow," Syndicate said. Soon, hundreds of fishing boats sailed out of the river and along the bay, heading towards the Sea King's palace in the north. Well, except for the flooded town, fishermen from more than a dozen islands nearby had all come. In the eyes of the White Dragon, hundreds of boats and hundreds of fishing lights were like a group of wishing boats, slowly drifting towards the Purple Harbor. Yes, Whitey was here too. Dragonstone Island was less than 1,500 kilometers away from Bravos, a 4 to 5 hour flight. Blackie was the only megalosaurus that had entered Bravos from the main gate. The ring-shaped mountain range could stop ships and waves, but it could not stop the megalosaurus. Whitey did not take the route of the Titan. He quietly entered Bravos from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. After dark, he quietly landed in the sea west of the flooded town. The lower city of the flooded town was submerged by the sea. Only the half-sunken tower and the top of the dome were above the water. Whitey hid near the buildings that were above the water. After Blackie sent Geralt to the Green Eel Inn, he also lurked there. When Copernicus was killing the Sea King, Whitey sneaked to the Green Eel Inn's garbage channel that was connected to the bottom of the river. Dani was just a spiritual projection, and her real body was not there at all. The main purpose of the Megalosaurus was to save Geralt. As for the dozen or so assassins downstairs, they were just handymen and knew nothing. Geralt did not tell them his real identity when he hired them. The secret passage of the slide was not complicated. The garbage channel was ready-made. It was connected from the movable floor to the copper pipe that led to the garbage entrance on the second floor. Geralt Dane could build it himself, and the craftsman did not know about it. As soon as he fell into the water, Whitey found him. Then the White Dragon carried the reserve White Knight and quickly dived upstream of the canal. After leaving the warships, it flew into the sky and hovered as a reconnaissance aircraft. With the help of the double dragon spirit, although Blackie was at the bottom of the river, he knew the situation above the river like the back of his hand. He accurately located each warship and began to kill. The flooded town was not far from the Purple Harbor. After leaving the canal, they would reach the periphery of the harbor 3 or 4 kilometers north. The fishermen did not find the Mystic Dragon before, and did not know that the Mystic Dragon was wreaking havoc in the Purple Harbor. The main reason was that they were afraid of being affected by the Mystic Dragon's anger. Like Brusco, they hid in the small canal in the city. Their vision was blocked by the island and the tall tower. In fact, when the boat sailed out of the harbor and entered the bay, they could vaguely see the fire in the northeast. The purple harbor, which was once clean and tidy with orderly rows of ships, seemed to be being dragged into a fiery hell by the mystic dragon. The fire soared into the sky, thick smoke filled the air, and the air was filled with a choking smell. The fire spread for 4 or 5 kilometers, and the semi-arc wharf below the Sea King Palace was all set ablaze. Passing hundreds of broken ship shells that floated on the river like dead leaves, the fishing boat gradually approached the wharf. Kitty even saw countless crew members and merchants struggling on the deck and on the wharf. They cried inhumanly, cried for help, and cursed in despair. They cursed the mystic dragon, the dragon queen, and the sea king and the council that caused them to suffer an unexpected disaster. Although the mystic dragon came and went freely in the Deepwater harbor and the dragon flames were not extinguished, the chatter in his mouth did not stop. Every time he continued to spit fire for more than a minute and set a large number of ships on fire, he would hide at a safe distance and stick his neck out to take a few breaths of fresh air. At the same time, he would roar a few times with a thunderous voice. He recounted the agreement and oath between the people of Bravos and the Dragon Lady, as well as the betrayal of the oath by the Bravos Purple Shirt Army, the Council, and the Sea King Palace. The Sea King Palace represented the government of Bravos, as well as the violation of the rights of the guests. Then he announced his identity, the Wings of Death, and the meaning of the Wings of Death. Oh, I am the Wings of Death. The world trembles because of my torture, and the sinful Sea King Palace collapses in my anger. In the end, the Bravos that betrayed the oath will be destroyed. In my shadow, everything will turn to ashes. In my demon flames, the impurities will be cleansed. As a matter of fact, when Brusco's fishing boat rushed over, he just happened to see the mystic dragon, Dan, and I, showing off. Gods, the Wings of Death is too scary. The Purple Harbor is finished. We can't save it. The cat was carrying a bundle of fishing nets, her gray eyes full of fear. In view of the possibility of not returning from this trip, Brusco left his son and daughter in flooded town and let the cat he hired die with him. Brusco frowned as he observed the situation at the harbor. The fire was indeed terrifying, but the harbor had originally been designed to prevent the fire from spreading. Otherwise, if one of the wooden sailboats caught fire, wouldn't it ignite the nearby ships and burn the camp for 800 miles? He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can still save it. There are 700 to 800 ships in the Purple Harbor. The fire looks scary now, but in fact, only 100 ships on the periphery are burning. If we're lucky, maybe half of them can be saved." It had to be said that the fishing net really stopped the Megalosaurus. When Blackie spat fire to burn the ship, it had to swim in a backstroke position, relying on its tail to swim quickly to the bottom of the ship. During this time, it retracted its wings to its left and right ribs to maintain balance and spit out dragon flames from its mouth. In other words, it couldn't dive too deep. Otherwise, the dragon flames would lose their lethality and wouldn't be able to burn through the thick and sturdy bottom of the ship. Therefore, layers of fishing nets were placed around the ship to entangle its body. If Blackie had Smaug's physique and had a few hundred tons of strength, it could even smash through steel and iron pillars that were as thick as a person's arms. It could also withstand the toppling of mountains. The fishing nets were just willow catkins that it encountered when running by the river. They would confuse its eyes, but they couldn't stop its pace. Unfortunately, Blackie's current weight was only half a ton. It couldn't break free from the layers of fishing nets. After burning 17 or 18 small fishing boats and having half of its body caught in the fishing nets, Blackie dived into the deep sea. After reaching a safe distance, it leaped into the air. "Ignorant ants, you don't know who you've angered." After saying this, it ran away. Chapter 393. It felt like a long time had passed, but the dragon flame demonic blade that pierced through the bottom of the ship did not appear again. Kat asked anxiously, did the demonic dragon leave? Well, Arya was lucky that the wooden ship she was on did not become one of the dozens of fishing ships that were engulfed by the demonic flame. There were too many fishing ships on the sea. 2,000 to 3,000 fishing ships were scattered around the Purple Harbor. Even if there were no fishing nets, there were too many of them. Blackie could not burn all of them. He'll come back. Didn't you hear what he said? He's enraged. Brusco gulped and said worriedly, I don't know what other evil tricks he has. Anyway, Braavos is in big trouble. What is the Sea King thinking? Why would he violate the oath and violate the rights of the guests? In the end, the poor fisherman who was a little cunning could not help but complain about the government. The fisherman who had a job that was not dangerous and could earn 10 silver radiance coins resented the government's treachery. The big merchants and moneylenders who had docked their ships at the Purple Harbor were so angry that their lungs were about to burst. What do you mean? Why did we, the people of Braavos, violate the sacred oath and violate the rights of the guests? Someone shouted at the closed gate of the Sea King Palace. Well, the square between the Sea King Palace and the Purple Harbor was crowded with panicked people. There were some lucky sea merchants whose ships were engulfed in flames, and they were anxiously urging their sailors to put out the fire. There were also some unlucky ones whose entire fortune was among the more than 200 ships burned by the demonic dragon. At this moment, they were paralyzed on the ground, wailing loudly. There were also sailors who escaped from the dock area and the crew of the Purple Sail Fleet. Some of them only had their faces blackened by the smoke and were looking for water. Some of them were drenched and luckily escaped the disaster. They were lying on the stone slabs and gasping for breath. There were also injured people who were burned by the fire, exposing their charred and wet wounds. Their companions were shouting for the healers. More people carried wooden buckets and stretchers to the dock to stop the fire from spreading and save the crew in the fire and in the sea. Bam, bam, bam. After yelling and cursing for a while, the doors of the Ocean Palace remained shut. No one answered. Some of the sea merchants could not hold back their anger and kicked the thick oak door. Sea King Brother Felix, come out. Come out and give the Dragon Queen an explanation. Come out and quell the mystic dragon's anger, Brother Felix, the merchant shouted loudly. Well, they didn't know that old Brother Fry had died a long time ago. At this time, the government officials in the Sea King Palace did not know about the plan of the guard and the doctor. They really thought that the Sea King had done something that angered both men and gods. Hearing the curses of the citizens outside the door, not only did they not dare to go out to appease them, they even had a guilty conscience. They tightly shut the door, worried that the angry citizens and merchants would rush in and tear them apart. Of course, the leadership of Braavos was not limited to the dozen doctors and 9 guards on the purple ship. In fact, there were hundreds of key keepers in the Iron Treasury, and more than 1,000 shareholders. The 9 guards were only representatives chosen by them. Even if the Black Dragon's dragon flame almost wiped out the entire council, it could not completely paralyze the administration and military command of Braavos. However, it would take time to elect a new Sea King, a new council, and even a new leadership. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. As for the fake Sea King, Copernicus Eraldson, ever since he failed to capture the Dragon Queen and caused the deaths of the Sea King, the doctors, and the guards, he had lost control of the Purple Army. In fact, he had never really controlled the Purple Army. Leading Braavos with the identity of the Sea King had become an extravagant hope. Forget about the Sea King, he just wanted to save his life. If we can't compromise, why should we give her an explanation? We haven't lost, Braavos has a stronger fleet than the Alliance, and more wealth. We can attack Dragonstone Island, hire mercenaries to conquer Slave Bay, form an alliance with the Iron Throne, and even join the Alliance. There are too many ways to deal with her. Why should we surrender and apologize? In the upper reaches of the canal, on Spring Island, 8 kilometers southeast of flooded town, in an inconspicuous gray stone house, Copernicus waved his arms and shouted loudly, hoping to arouse the fighting spirit of his new colleagues. Well, in just 1 or 2 hours, his fake regime had been successfully established. It wasn't a fake regime, the rights of these acting doctors and guards had been tacitly approved by the shareholders of the Iron Treasury. In terms of functions, they were not much different from the legitimate counselors. However, the temporary counselors were only responsible for dealing with the crisis of the Mother of Dragons, and had to be dismissed immediately after completing the task, because they did not have the qualifications to become doctors and guards. A doctor required sufficient knowledge and management wisdom, but more importantly, their family had the qualifications of a doctor. Just like the noble titles of Westeros, Lucian, who was killed by Dany on Dragonstone Island, his father, Damian Lannister, was the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. However, Damian belonged to a branch family, and before the main family of Tywin died, he could never become the guardian of the western region or the Duke of Casterly Rock. Bizarro's fat face was full of helplessness, and said, "Your Majesty, the loss of the Purple Harbor is too great, it's beyond what we can bear. More importantly, the mystic dragon can speak, and before we could mobilize public opinion, the negotiation was announced loudly by it." What a loud voice, almost half of the city's residents and merchants know about it. Even the merchants of the Old Clothes Merchants' Wharf know about it, Copernicus. "Your Majesty, you must deal with this matter as soon as possible, or else the reputation that the Iron Treasury has built for thousands of years will be finished." A square-faced acting doctor with a firm expression said in a deep voice. "If the news spreads, the Iron Treasury's reputation will definitely decline worldwide, and this is something that the shareholders cannot tolerate." The acting guards also echoed. Copernicus's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, Braavos is the strongest country in the world, and the head of the 9 free trade city-states. If we really surrender, what will the people of the world think? In the future, will the Iron Treasury still have the confidence to say to anyone that the Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted?" The square-faced acting doctor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, we don't have to surrender to that woman, if there's a possibility of victory. No, as long as we can guarantee that Braavos will not suffer more losses, we can declare war with her." A brown-skinned old Jujesnai nodded and said, "Yes, the Purple Harbor was burned, and thousands of purple-shirt soldiers, local merchants and sailors were burned to death. How deep is the hatred? If we can get rid of that Deathwing." At this point, the short and fat old man said with lingering fear, "Deathwing is too scary, killing it should be a higher priority than Dragon Queen. Otherwise, even if we kill Dragon Queen, Deathwing will still be haunting Braavos like a nightmare." Everyone heard him. He called himself the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. How can a son not avenge his mother? The old man had the blood of the Jujesnai tribe, but he was a true Bravosian, and his ancestor was one of the moon chanters who founded Braavos. "Yes, Deathwing is a terrifying enemy that far surpasses Dragon Queen. I never thought that the mystic dragon could be so smart, able to talk, dive, know how to change strategies, and know how to avoid dragon-slaying crossbows and fishing nets. It's smarter than humans." Everyone agreed. "Your Majesty, in Valeglia's time, the Arathonians were nobler than Targaryen. Do you know what's the situation with Deathwing?" Fatty Bersalo asked solemnly. "My family is only a side branch." Copernicus said with a conflicted expression, "In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been tens of thousands of Megalosaurus, but I'm not sure if a dragon has ever spoken. You should ask the Materis about this. They secretly joined the alliance, and obviously have ulterior motives towards Dany Rise. In fact, the secret that Dany Rise obtained the inheritance of the Great Wizard was also leaked by them. Perhaps, there are direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks in Materis, and they know more secrets. The secret of Deathwing can be explored in the future. I just want to confirm if the Braavos garrison can stop the Mystic Dragon from attacking again." The square-faced acting professor said. Copernicus nodded and said, "Yes, of course they can. Dragon-slaying crossbows are a regular weapon in Bravos, and over the past few hundred years, we have accumulated thousands of them to guard against threats from the sky. Also, the news from the Purple Harbor said that fishing nets can indeed trap the mystic dragon underwater, and we don't lack fishing nets. It's impossible to kill Deathwing, but after blocking attacks from the sky and the water, Deathwing can't do more damage to us. But Deathwing said before he left that he was enraged. It seems like he's going to go crazy. The short and fat Jujesnai said worriedly. Let him go crazy, I don't believe he can be that arrogant. It's just a young dragon that's not even 3 years old. Is it that amazing that he can talk? Copernicus pulled his bow tie and said loudly. Of course it's amazing, the first time we heard him speak about Deathwing, we were scared to death. Everyone nodded silently. Let's hope so. The mystic dragon had disappeared for a long time. From the time he left with those harsh words to the time the fire in the Purple Harbor was under control, it had already been 2 hours. While everyone was filled with anticipation, debating whether the mystic dragon had run out of tricks or had given up on punishing Bravos, Cantona led a large group of purple-robed soldiers back from flooded town. While maintaining order in the harbor, Captain Cantona's eyes were filled with the will to die. He stood in the middle of the crowd and forcefully admitted to the coup. For the peace of the 9 free trade cities, Cantona and I have supported Sir Copernicus' coup, taking control of the council and overthrowing Brother Felic. Right now, His Majesty Copernicus is the new Sea King of Bravos. The citizens of Purple Harbor were filled with anger when they heard this, cursing Cantona and the purple-robed army, loudly protesting. Not long after, the officials of the Sea King's palace also received the news of the coup. The thick doors opened and the old Sea King's palace steward walked out alone. He faced the people in the square with tears in his eyes and a choked voice. Bravos did not throw away its honor, nor did it violate the rights of its guests. Sea King Felic and Chief Swordsman Kaluo sacrificed their lives to protect Queen Dani-Liz. They fulfilled their duties as hosts and did their best to protect their guests. His Majesty Sea King fulfilled his oath and defended the honor of Bravos. The citizens around the square were filled with righteous indignation as they excitedly shouted, "Long live Sea King Felic, oppose the coup and disarm the purple-robed army." What's the use of saying this now? The Dragon Queen doesn't care if we have a coup or not. The mystic dragon's revenge will not be delayed because of a coup. The unkempt fisherman Ross said with a sigh. Arya was sleeping on the fishing boat beside them. She rubbed her eyes when she heard this and looked up at the sky in a daze, saying, "Has the mystic dragon left? There are crossbows and fishing nets, what can the wings of death do?" Ah, the sky, look, there are meteors in the sky, meteors are falling towards the Purple Harbor. Chapter 394. Bravos was made up of hundreds of small islands, surrounded by a group of wall-like islands that firmly protected the lagoon in their arms. Only the Titan's narrow gorge could be seen. This ring of mountainous islands blocked the storms and tsunamis from the narrow sea in the west and the trembling sea in the north for the people of Bravos. At this time, it also blocked the view of the Bravos fleet for the Dragon Queen's ship. There was no moon tonight. Under the dark night, a 30-meter-long flat-bottomed cargo ship was quietly parked in the northeast direction of the ring of mountainous islands. It was separated from the Ocean Palace by a 10-meter-high craggy hill and a 7 to 8 kilometer-wide lagoon. It was not a remote place, and most ships sailing to Iban Island in the east used this route. But very few ships docked here. They're here. Dani stood at the bow of the ship, and her sight seemed to penetrate the mountains and see the Ocean Palace in the distance. It's late at night. There are only some government officials in the Ocean Palace, and the families of the guards and doctors are scattered all over Bravos. They won't be hurt too much. Geralt said. In the past 3 or 4 hours, his hair and underwear had been dried by the charcoal fire on the deck. I'm just imposing fear. No matter what, the two dragons can't destroy Bravos. Danny sighed. Will the people of Bravos be afraid and give in? They will definitely be afraid, but they won't really give in. The long night is coming, and a short surrender is enough. Gerald's purple pupils contracted, and he hesitated. The people of Bravos think that the deviants and the long night are not directly related. Yes, the deviants have existed for many years. They have always been in the land of eternal winter and have never really disappeared. But this time is different. The dragons were hatched by me, and the deviants went south to the Great Wall. These are all signs of great changes in the world. And I have personally contacted the deviants. They are testing the strength of the Megalosaurus and me, just like understanding the enemy's intelligence before a war. There is no doubt that this winter will not end easily. It is the long night. Gerald's strong jaw muscles slowly relaxed, as if he had accepted the cruel reality helplessly. After a while, he said dryly, "What should I do next?" "When Bravos is defeated by me, you take the fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians. Here it is, do you see it?" Danny stretched out her right hand and pointed at a blurry dark red light spot in the dark sky. "Is that a meteor?" What the Brusco was complaining to the fisherman nearby that the treasurer had paid the promised 10 silver radiance so that he could go home. Seeing the cat stomping the small boat up and down, he couldn't help but get angry. But the moment he raised his head, he also saw the meteor that was getting brighter and brighter. It was bright red, like a red sword, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder, like the punishment of the heavens. Rumble. Gradually, there was no need for Mauer's reminder. Thunderous explosions came from above the dock. Everyone looked up and was aghast. Everyone frantically fled. "Meteor, a meteor is flying over." Thousands of people shouted in fear, but they still couldn't suppress the meteor. The roar of the falling meteor was like a tornado blowing in their ears. "Ah ah ah ah, meteor, falling towards the Sea King's palace." Mauer's face was distorted as she screamed in horror. But in the end, even she couldn't hear her own screams. There was a flash of red in the sky, and then there was silence. The sky, the earth, the sea, and the wooden boat were shaking violently, but no sound could be heard anymore. Or rather, their ears were filled with the sound of the huge explosion, and no other sound could be heard. Boom! The majestic Sea King's palace made of marble was like fresh cow dung that was hit by a stone. When the bright red meteor fell, the solid stone walls had no resistance, and large pieces of broken stone splattered everywhere. Visible to the naked eye, the tall stone palace that used to overlook the purple harbor burst into pieces in the red light and smoke. The stone dome and walls burst into pieces, the stone foundation burst into pieces, and the stones fell in all directions like a storm. The boulders were as big as carriages, as big as millstones, as big as a human head, but most were smaller than a fist. The edge of the square was also affected. Within 30 to 50 meters of the palace, there were almost no people standing. Wails and cries were everywhere, and corpses were piled up everywhere. After a full minute, Mauer recovered her hearing. Looking at the Sea King's palace that had almost completely disappeared, she was in a daze and almost couldn't believe it. The 20-meter-tall circular dome was built on a hill that was 10 meters higher than the dock. It covered an area of more than 400 square meters and was made of white marble. It faced north, and the purple harbor dock in the north. This was the place where the Sea King held court. Now the palace in the east had completely disappeared, leaving behind a steaming crater of unknown depth. The remaining walls in the west had collapsed outwards. Oh gods, is this the punishment of the gods? Did the meteorite fall on the Sea King's palace? Brusco knelt at the bow of the ship, holding his head and wailing. Punishment. Mauer repeated the word in her mouth. Suddenly, her gray eyes bulged and her body shuddered. Her horse-like face was pale as she screamed, "Mystic Dragon, this is the Mystic Dragon's punishment." The wings of death plucked a star from the sky and threw it on the Sea King's palace. Mystic dragon. Brusco was stunned. He looked up at the empty sky. There is no mystic dragon. The mystic dragon's flying speed was not as fast as the meteorite. At this moment, Blackie was still on its way to the scene of the show. On the day that Danny took down Dragonstone Island, Gerald Dane had just arrived in Bravos. He did not immediately go to the Sea King's palace to seek an audience with the Sea King. Instead, he did 3 things in advance according to Danny's request. First, choose a safe place for negotiation, a hotel by the river or the sea. Second, renovate the hotel and build a secret passage that could quickly reach the bottom of the river. Third, hire a ship from Dorne and purchase a batch of supplies. A certain number of round-headed iron pillars of about 500 pounds and a certain number of barrels of kerosene of 100 pounds were to be transported to the outer sea of Bravos by cargo ships. As the world's top trading city-state, Bravos Commercial Street could easily provide the above goods. These arrangements were just in case. If the people of Bravos were willing to negotiate honestly, then she would not initiate a conflict. If the facts proved that human nature could not withstand the test. For the first time, Danny even sincerely admired Xiangyu. How many tyrants and political dignitaries could abide by the rules and maintain their honor in the face of Liu Bang, who had entered their territory? As for Copernicus's coup, she was not stupid, and she did not have the blood of madness. This kind of trick was completely useless against her. Whether or not Copernicus's coup had the tacit approval of the Iron Treasury and the government, it was a fact that Bravos had attacked her. However, Danny did feel sorry for the Sea King, Brother Felix, and the chief swordsman, Quiro. Those 2 were definitely innocent. They had kept their oath and fulfilled their obligations as hosts to the guests. Unfortunately, politics was so dirty. No matter how noble a character or great honor was, it would be tarnished in the face of politics. The only thing she could do was to position the meteor fall as far away from the Sea King's palace and Brother Felix's family as possible. After being blocked by the fishing net, Dahe and Little White went to the cargo ship docked in the Trembling Sea. Little White put Geralt on the deck. With the cooperation of the Dorne sailors, Dahe grabbed the chain at the end of the iron pillar and began the second act of the fake meteor fall. Well, the first act was dedicated to the people of Zingis. It failed. Dahe hovered in the air for more than an hour and stopped at an altitude of about 35 kilometers from the ground. This time, Danny did not give Dahe the coordinates. Instead, under the second dragon spirit, Dahe and Little White could sense each other. Little White locked on to the target and dived vertically. At the same time, Dahe accelerated with the round-headed iron pillar. Dahe, Little White, and the Sea King's 100-beast garden. The 3 of them were in the same line. In theory, the round-headed iron pillar should fall in the 100-beast garden and kill the thousands of rare animals collected by the Sea King from all over the world. In the end, it was much better than the last time in Zingis. The iron pillar did not break. It only deviated less than 100 meters from the target and hit the east side of the main hall where the Sea King hosted the court meeting. As soon as the round-headed iron pillar was thrown, Dahe began to hover and dive. After flying for more than 15 minutes, it appeared again in the sky above the purple harbor. At this time, a long time had passed since the meteor fall. The people of Bravos had recovered from the shock. Some were busy rescuing the injured, some went into the 10-meter-deep crater to check, and some stood in the square and wailed for their families. Even more people, after regaining their senses, immediately left the cursed land by boat. Then, a familiar horrifying voice sounded in the sky. This is the dragon god's forbidden curse. Meteor fall. I pick up the stars with my left hand and put my right hand down. When I put my palms together, heaven and earth tremble in my palm. I am the light messenger, I am the vanguard of justice, I am the prophet of fate, and I am also the wing of death. It is not my intention to bring death and fear. But if I want to make the world cleaner and holier, I must cleanse the filth and decay. Oath breakers, this is only the beginning. Tremble, cry, wail, and repent in pain. Dahe's loudspeaker came online. Danny used his loud voice to say, to spread endless fear and despair on the heads of the people of Bravos below. Then, with a roar, he ran away again. But this time, no one really thought that the devil dragon had left. The devil dragon went to the sky to get the stars again. Everyone screamed in fear as they fled the purple harbor in a panic. In the halls of the Sea King's palace that were not affected by the meteor, a large number of maids, guards, and officials escorted the family of the old Sea King to the canal. They took a small boat and left the island that was targeted by the devil dragon. They were wrong. The second meteor did fall 2 hours later, but it did not fall on the empty Sea King's palace. Danny's second target was the munitions factory. It was located on a reef island at the entrance of the Great Lagoon. The island protruded like a fist on the surface of the water. Although it was not big, it was the station of the Bravos City Fleet. It was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. To be honest, the second meteor fall was not as shocking as the first one. It fell on a shipyard and smashed a 7 to 8 meter deep crater. More than a dozen shipwrights on night duty were killed, 2 docks were destroyed, and several ships under construction were destroyed. But the fear that it brought to the people of Bravos was no less than the first one. Even the death of 100 Sea Kings could not shake Bravos' position as the overlord of the free cities, but the destruction of the munitions factory, even if the ships and shipwrights left the port immediately, the shipbuilding industry of Bravos would suffer irreversible damage. Chapter 395. At dawn, a thick fog covered the lagoon like a blanket. The visibility of the human eye was only a few hundred meters. Before the people of Bravos could wake up from their nightmare last night, something even scarier happened. The third meteorite landed in front of the Titan, splashing water dozens of meters high. It missed. But the devil dragon's goal was clear. He wanted to destroy the Titan. In terms of symbolism, the Titan was to the people of Bravos what the Statue of Liberty was to the Americans. In terms of national security, the Titan guarded the only entrance to Bravos. Without the Titan fortress, its defense would be reduced by half. Also, the canyon was too narrow. If the Titan collapsed, the falling rocks would definitely block the entrance. The fourth meteorite was not a meteorite from the sky. The 2 dragons each carried 4 or 5 barrels of kerosene filled with linen and threw them on the Titan's head from a height of 500 meters. This time, they did not miss the target. Half of the Titan's body burned. The high temperature did not kill many guards. When the meteorite fell into the sea and splashed water, 99% of the guards in the Titan fortress had evacuated. Only a small group of death squads remained on the Titan's shoulders, head, and mouth to control the dragon-slaying crossbows. The Titan's chest and head were mostly made of bronze and boulders. It would not be melted by the kerosene barrels. But the high temperature still changed the Titan's face. From a tough guy who stood tall and roared angrily, he became a down-and-out old man, with droopy eyelids, a crooked nose, a slanted mouth, and a wrinkled face. Bronze deformed under the high temperature. At this time, the sky was bright. Countless foreign ships left the old clothes merchant's dock and rushed out of the canyon. There were also countless foreign sea merchants who rushed into the iron treasury. They took their deposit certificates and exchanged them for gold. They also cancelled their personal accounts in the iron treasury, planning to leave Bravos forever. Then, small wooden boats with families moving appeared in the canals of Bravos. On Spring Island, in an inconspicuous gray stone bungalow, a large round table was set up in the living room. Old man Jujesnai's hands were trembling as he held the parchment. His sallow face was distorted. Suddenly, he put down the parchment and pointed at the Sea King Copernicus, who was sitting at the head of the table. He roared, "Take down this traitor who has disrupted the court and tarnished the honor and reputation of Bravos." "I." Copernicus's face was as pale as a corpse. Fatty Bersallo rubbed his face tiredly and said dejectedly, "Copernicus, it's your turn to sacrifice yourself for Bravos. Copernicus, we will remember you." The deputy councillors looked at Copernicus with sincerity and tears in their eyes, but Copernicus was so touched that, his face was contorted, and his lungs were about to explode. "Your Highness the Sea King, you have 2 sons, 3 daughters, a mother who is almost 60 years old, 4 brothers, 1 sister, and so many cousins that they can occupy an entire street." The square-faced middle-aged man said stiffly. "Sigh." Copernicus felt as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He slumped into the wooden chair, looking dejected. "Give me a bottle of sweet sleeping flowers." I'm afraid of pain." Sweet sleeping flower was a poison that could cause a painless death. "Be brave, your majesty." Seeing that Copernicus had compromised, Fatty Bersallo was invigorated and comforted him gently. "You are the main culprit, the source of all evil, and the starting point of all disasters and curses. You must endure the curses of the people, the whipping of the mother of dragons, the roasting of the devil dragon's devil flame. Only then can the people vent their anger, restore the world's trust in Bravos, and calm the anger of the Dragon Queen. It will also allow Deathwing to complete his mission of cleansing the world of evil, and become the guardian of peace and justice once again." Copernicus's facial muscles were so twisted that his facial features were almost dislocated. "Bersallo, my mother of the devil dragon." The people of Bravos raised their flag and surrendered to the devil dragon. The devil dragon soared in the sky, and more than 10 strong horses followed him, running on the ground, waving a huge peace flag in his hand, a colorful striped flag. "Great big black dragon god, your excellency Deathwing. The rebels have been taken down, the filth has been cleansed, and justice has been served. Mercy, mercy." The knight shouted as he ran. Danny did not intend to pay attention to them. In the original plan, at least 40 iron pillars and 200 barrels of kerosene should be thrown out of the ship. Now, it was not even 1/10 of it. How could she show them mercy? But after a while, even the kind man, the fat Bersallo, joined in, holding a peace flag, shouting to the black dragon in the sky, "The rebels have been killed, please negotiate." She had to give face to the Black White House, otherwise, this conflict could really escalate into an all-out war with no bottom line. She had to admit that Danny was very afraid of the Black White House. Especially after confirming that the faceless ones of Bravos were not concentrated in the Black White House, her fear deepened a step. No matter how much she practiced magic and martial arts, and how much devil flame she had, she could not hurt the invisible enemy. But the enemy in the dark could see her every move, every friend. Fortunately, the Black White House, like her, was in a very awkward situation. The faceless ones could not do anything to the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen could threaten the foundation of the Black White House Bravos. Above an arch bridge spanning 2 islands, Big Black descended to a height of 200 meters, hovering above the knights, and said with a rumbling voice, "What do you want to say?" "I am busy looking for the next punishment point." Bersallo and the others were shocked and they heard this, because the mystic dragon was flying along the Sweet Water Canal in the direction of the Purple Wind Island. The Sweet Water Canal was the lifeline of the people of Bravos. The canal was built of limestone and bricks, supported by a stepped bridge below, like a viaduct in a modern city, spanning over the city, providing the people of Bravos with clear, drinkable fresh water. The fresh water came from the southern continent of Ursos, the spring lake in the mountains, across swamps and shoals, all the way to the mouth of the Bravos Canal dozens of kilometers away. The whole of Bravos, from the beggars to the Sea King, from the dock workers to the guards of the Iron Vault, all depended on this canal to sustain their lives. Because the seawater in the canal was not drinkable, and the water in the canal flowed from the swamps, drinking it directly would cause diseases, so it could not be drunk without boiling it. The mystic dragon was going to attack the sweet water canal. Moreover, the poor used buckets to draw water from the public fountain, while the rich built pipes directly to bring the water into their homes. In other words, the rich could find their homes by following the pipes. Among them, the Purple Wind Island was the place where the pipes were densely packed. This meant that the rich gathered in the Purple Wind Island. Damn it! How could the mystic dragon be so smart and so cunning? How could he let people live? Great BB, please have mercy, we have something to say. Fatty Bersalo put the peace flag in his hand aside, his hands formed a trumpet around his sausage mouth, and shouted with all his might, "Please pause and listen to me, the insane, unethical, insidious, greedy, bloodthirsty, without honor. Copernicus has been arrested by the Revolutionary Army this morning, and his puppet regime has been overthrown. Many of the Purple Shirt Army who started the rebellion have also been arrested and detained, waiting for you to exercise your authority to wash away the sins of the world and give them justice. Bravos is treacherous, I can no longer trust you." The mystic dragon shook his big head and said with a loud voice, "I am willing to endorse the second negotiation and swear in the name of the God of Thousand Faces. The Black and White House and Bravos will live and die together, share honor and disgrace together, and will never allow Bravos to break its oath and lose its honor again." The kind voice was calm, but people could feel the determination in his words. The Faceless One and Bravos will live and die together, and to destroy Bravos is equivalent to waging a life-and-death war with the Black and White House. Good, the Faceless One's reputation is known all over the world. Since the Black and White House vouches for Bravos, I am willing to inform my mother of your request for the second negotiation. Blackie announced loudly so that the residents and merchants on the nearby islands could hear his voice. Ah, the nightmare is finally over. The people of Bravos, who had been frightened all night, wept with joy. There were also foreign merchants who were worried. I hope the Black and White House won't go back on their word, otherwise, Bravos really can't stay anymore. The Black and White House, the nest of the Faceless One, don't you believe in their reputation? In today's world, even the Iron Treasury can't be trusted, a group of killers. Should you want to die, how dare you speak ill of the Faceless One? If you want to say it, you should say it quietly, in front of so many people, don't be silly. His companion dissuaded in a loud voice. The people around them looked at them strangely. Blackie flew up into the sky and disappeared in the dense fog. Under the guarantee of the School of Black and White, the news that the Bravosi officials were going to negotiate with the Dragon Queen for the second time quickly spread. The people of Bravosi had mixed feelings. There was anticipation, worry, fear, and resentment. They didn't know whether to hate the mystic dragon, or the Dragon Queen, or the government that went back on their word. Only the government made a decision for them. The coup leader Copernicus Arathorn and the traitor Cantona of the Purple Shirt Army were arrested, detained on the deck of the purple ship, and paraded along the canal. Many heralds, on horseback or in boats, ran through the streets of Bravos, announcing to the people that the rebellion had been quelled and the puppet government had been overthrown. It seemed to be hinting that everyone should hurry up and throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. Anger, fear, hatred, disgust, and other negative emotions seemed to have found a channel to vent. The people flocked to the canal, and some even followed in boats, cursing and throwing rotten tomatoes along the way. When the foreigners on the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf heard the roar of the Black Dragon, they also had mixed feelings. Some of them were relieved, their ships and goods were saved. Some of them were disappointed. Damn it, why are the people of Bravos so cowardly? Our alliance army of hundreds of thousands is marching towards Slave Bay. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can join the alliance army and fight the Mother of Dragons to the end. At least we can use the flesh and blood of Bravos to block the mystic dragon's meteor fall for us. It would be even better if we could keep one or two mystic dragons at bay. Especially that Deathwing, it's too scary. The Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf, Laurel Winds Bridge. Father, are we leaving Bravos immediately? The bald black girl Ko Jia asked her father. This. Kuhulu, who was wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, was hesitant. I believe in the Dragon Queen's reputation. As long as the negotiation is successful, the mystic dragon will definitely not wreak havoc in Bravos. In fact, last night, Big Black Deathwing had already shown mercy to the foreign merchants. Otherwise, the old clothes merchant's wharf would have been burned to the ground. But now, I don't believe in the Bravos. Roar, a nightmarish black figure swept across the wharf. I am the holy light, I am the messenger of justice. The negotiation has been completed, I am no longer Deathwing. The holy Megalosaurus said. Chapter 396. At this moment, death and fear have left me. I am the holy light, the holy dragon of light, the messenger of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny Liz. I am also the great guardian of light of the seven gods' church under her command, the great mighty dragon of heaven. He's not called Wings of Death anymore. Kuhulu's black face twitched. Holy dragon of light doesn't seem to match his shiny black skin. Wings of Death is more suitable. Although his skin is black, his heart is holy and bright, just like the people of the Midsummer Islands. Black girl Ko Jia looked up at the sky, her eyes blurred with admiration. That's true. Looking down at his black jade-like skin, Captain Kuhulu couldn't help but nod in agreement. The people at the docks were shocked and in an uproar. The holy dragon of light in the sky continued, the Black White House lives up to its name. Under the leadership of the High Priest of the God of Thousand Faces, the negotiations have been completed in front of the Black White House. Finished so quickly. Black Girl was shocked. Sigh, after experiencing the pain brought by Wings of Death, how could the negotiations not be fast? Even if Dragon Queen proposed an unfair treaty, Bravos would have to agree immediately. The Black Captain sighed. The radiant holy dragon's majestic voice reverberated throughout the old clothes merchant's wharf. There are only 4 conditions. First, the Dragon Queen will deposit the gold from Slave Bay into the Iron Treasury, and the Iron Treasury will charge a 13% service fee. This. Kuhulu was confused. This is too reasonable. The people of Bravos took the initiative to admit defeat, so Dragon Queen should take the opportunity. Second, Dragon Queen will buy at least 50 million gold royals worth of grain from the Iron Treasury at 130% of the current grain price. The delivery will be completed in 5 years. Holy Dragon of Light threw another bomb into the crowd at the docks. 50 million. Oh gods, how much is that? How much grain? Is Dragon Queen crazy? The merchants cried out in shock. Wings of Death, why is Dragon Queen buying grain? A brave sailor climbed up the mast and shouted at Black. Whoosh! Big Black swooped down and whizzed past the sailor's head, causing the crowd below to cry out in alarm. Then, the black dragon began to circle around the large ship and roared, Seaman, what did you call me? I am the holy light. I am the holy dragon of light, the emissary of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny Liz, the great guardian of light of the Church of the Seven Gods of Slave Bay. Could it be that you want to awaken Deathwing? Blackie's loud and sonorous voice slowly became low, and the already dark sky seemed to be even more cloudy. No, holy light, spare my life, holy dragon is merciful, I was wrong. The sailor hugged the mast and howled. The warm liquid soaked through his gray linen trousers and dripped onto the deck from the sky. It then drifted into the mouth of the first mate who was looking up at the sky. No mercy. The holy dragon seemed to have truly transformed into a demonic dragon. It extended its claws, and when it swooped down at a low altitude, it pinched the sailor between its claws. Kacha, the masts on the top floor were all broken. Ah, the sailor who was held in the demonic dragon's claws was scared out of his wits, and could only use all his strength to howl loudly. You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, I will punish you. The demonic dragon said fiercely. Ah, the sailor peed and shit flew everywhere. His consciousness was blurred, and he could only remember to howl. Ah, the demonic dragon is going to eat people. The sailors and merchants at the dock cried out in shock. Hiss, Blackie's roar was like thunder, and it was frightening. Seaman, you have two choices, either answer one of my questions, or I throw you from the sky into the sea. The demonic dragon doesn't eat people. A sailor at the dock said disappointedly. Damn it, lower your voice, that's not Deathwing, not demonic dragon, it's Holy Light, the Holy Megalosaurus, the Holy Dragon of Light. Don't call the wrong name. His companion said nervously. I have a riddle, listen carefully. The Holy Dragon Big Black's voice rumbled. It's fat and fat, doesn't like to clean or bathe, and everyone says it's lazy, sleeping after eating and drinking. What is it? Ah. The sailor rolled his eyes and screamed involuntarily. Pig, pig. The sailors, merchants, and citizens at the dock stamped their feet and beat their chests. They wanted to shout out loud and show the Holy Dragon their wisdom. Stupid pig, you don't even know this. The Holy Dragon Big Black snorted, and threw the sailor from the sky. He was about 50 meters away, and fell near the ship while screaming. Immediately, the sailors on the same ship jumped into the sea and pulled him up to the deck. He's still breathing. Seeing the sailor's eyes roll back and his chest rise and fall violently, the people on the ship sighed in relief. I am the dragon god, and my words are like a mountain. If I say I'm no longer Deathwing, then I'm no longer. As for food. The Holy Dragon Big Black sighed. The people were surprised. Did they hear the sentiments of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Then, they heard the Holy Dragon Big Black start to talk about the appearance of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall and the coming of the eternal night. Is that true? The people at the dock were stunned, as if they had seen a crazy dragon. With the way the Devil Dragon and the Holy Dragon changed identities back and forth, it did not seem excessive to call him a mad dragon. Could it be that it was the same as the mad blood passed down in the Targaryen ancestors, that the eldest son of the dragon mother had also inherited her mad blood? Through Big Black's eyes, Dany saw the reaction of the people below, and muttered in her heart, could this be the legendary great calamity of the world? Everyone's clear minds have been clouded by the calamity aura, and become stupid and dull. However, she had already expected the reactions of the people, so she deliberately used this as a pretext to make a fuss, and made up an eye-catching legend of the Holy Dragon and the Sailor. Too many shocking events had happened in Braavos in the past 2 days. If she talked about the eternal night in a dull manner, the people's attention would be taken away by more exciting melons. For example, the death of the Sea King, the coup in Braavos, the annihilation of the Parliament, the Devil Dragon's disappearance, the Devil Dragon's words, the meteorites falling from the sky, the fire of the Purple Harbor, the Black and White School's attack. It seemed that these melons were bigger and sweeter than the illusory, eternal night. After all, everyone had listened to the prophecies of Yasuo, Ahai, and the eternal night for thousands of years, and they were numb and tired of it. Therefore, she should use a more exciting and more legendary story of the Holy Dragon's riddle to promote the eternal night. Mentioning the hot search terms sailor, Holy Dragon's face, riddle, and pig could also spread the news of the eternal night. The Holy Dragon Big Black began to cosplay as the Buddha in Journey to the West, and its voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, with a strange sense of mercy and compassion, echoing in the new fields of tens of thousands of people at the docks. I am the Dragon God, and I have crossed the timeline and seen the future, where there is no place for you. Braavos and all the other cities in the world will be covered in ice and snow in the eternal night, and the people will starve for thousands of miles, and the city will be like hell on earth. This is the secret of heaven, this is fate, and those who reveal it will be punished by heaven. However, I am the merciful holy dragon of light, and I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer. Today, I am willing to bear the calamity of 10 fates, and I advise everyone to put down the golden dragon and become farmers, pick up the hoe and plant sweet potatoes. 7 gods above, good indeed, good indeed. Silence filled the docks, and no one spoke for a long time. Only the melodious sound of the bell came from the distant tower, and made the atmosphere inexplicably sacred. The black dragon in the sky seemed to be covered in a layer of holy golden light, and its body also became so huge that it covered the sky, as if a merciful God was looking at them from the heavens. The people of the other world who were facing the Buddha for the first time didn't know how to react. They looked at each other, and their eyes were blank, and they didn't know what to do. There was an indescribable sense of absurdity and warmth in their hearts. Will there really be a long night? Kuhulu suddenly shouted. Ah, Laurel Wind. Big Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly recognized the familiar black captain below. He circled above Laurel Wind, and changed his tone again. From the Buddha to Smog, and his voice was low with a hint of evil. It's Captain Kuhulu Mo, I remember you. That year, in Kuhulu, I drew a picture of you. Big Black said with an evil voice, and his cadence was like a poem. It was as if he was reciting a poem full of emotions, which made the bones of the people below go soft. Father, the holy dragon recognized us. Black girl Ko Jia screamed crazily. Kuhulu's face was also red, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk. He had never been so proud of being recognized like this, and he wanted to announce to the world, "Did you see me? Holy dragon of light, wings of death, BB, you recognize me. Stop running ships, go home, the long night is coming. My eyes can see through time and space, and I can see the dark power stirring in the land of eternal winter." Big Black sighed with a melodious tone. Then he raised his body, and his voice spread in all directions. The third treaty, Bravos will rent 80 large ships of more than 400 tons from the Mother of Dragons at cost price for 2 years, and the Mother of Dragons has the right to renew the lease. The fourth treaty, the Mother of Dragons and Bravos will jointly acknowledge the rebellion of Copernicus Arathorn, and all the sins will be blamed on her. The Sea King brother Felik did not violate the oath, and also followed the tradition of the guest's rights, and tried his best to protect the guest, the Mother of Dragons. This is a sacred contract witnessed by the gods, good. After saying that, the black dragon circled in the sky, flicked his tail lightly, and broke through the thick fog, disappearing into the horizon. Hey, don't go, I haven't. Kuhulu suddenly came to his senses, and reached out to grab at the air a few times, and muttered regretfully, I didn't even have time to answer, why did the holy dragon leave, just these 4? So simple. Ko Jia had a strange expression, what are the people of Bravos thinking, the Mother of Dragons didn't make any unfair terms, why did they have to make such a fuss? Just the loss of the Purple Harbor alone is more than 5 million gold royals, right? The black captain shook his head, and sighed, it has nothing to do with the terms. The Mother of Dragons is standing against a collapsing wall, and those who are hostile to her can't help but want to push down the wall and kill her. If not for the treaty of ceding land and paying reparations, would suspect that she is deliberately fishing. It was not that Bravos did not pay reparations, but they said it in a different way. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen agree to the 4th clause, and acknowledge the Copernicus coup? Acknowledging the Copernicus coup meant that Bravos did not violate the oath, and did not violate the guest's rights. In the future, when faced with the world's criticism and ridicule, the people of Bravos would have a reason to loudly declare that they did their best to fulfill the oath, that they did their best to protect the guest, but that there was a traitor in the family, and they could not do anything. The money that the people of Bravos gave the Dragon Queen to keep her mouth shut was the 80 giant ships, each with a load of more than 400 tons, equipped with 4,000 experienced sailors, and 80 captains familiar with the Trembling Sea, the Narrow Sea, and the Summer Sea. And the 80 ships were not empty, they were all filled with supplies: wool, cotton, barley, cheese, butter, sausages, animal tendons, horseshoes, more than 40,000 tons of supplies. And all this only cost the Dragon Queen 200,000 gold royals. The 200,000 gold royals were not paid to the people of Bravos, but the wages of the 4,000 sailors and the 80 captains for the next 2 years, as well as the maintenance of the 80 ships. In addition, there were some small conditions, such as giving Geralt a tile steel sword, or asking for a dragon egg. No, it was sent to Volantis. But the people of Bravos promised to buy a stone egg for Danny in the future. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.